The chairperson, can I check, is it only me that does not hear the sound?
Let us just check, Honourable Member.
I can hear now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can you hear?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you so much.
Good morning, members. Colleagues, we are ready to start. But before we proceed, let me just allow the colleague from IT to explain to health what they need to do so that everybody's on board. I'm also reassured today, colleagues, that everything works. So I think we're in better luck.
And it's okay. Yes.
And remember, 0 okay on your screens. Okay, while I'm saying all that, let me log in.
And then it comes when you see the red lights. Okay.
Oh, I see now it's an automatic login with the.
Button and then the mic turns on when you speak on it.
So e-mic.
So switch it on and then you talk and you switch it. To speak.
Good morning, colleagues. I think just everybody 0 okay to log on to Teams. Just log on to Teams so that when presentations and all are flighted, you'll have it in front of you. you can obviously use the screen because the agenda is also being displayed there. So in terms of opening and welcome, let me welcome the MEC and the Department of Health to the Scopa follow-up hearing. And this hearing is a follow-up to the hearings we conducted last year and dealing specifically with issues that emanated from that hearing. We have received the response of the department. It was a bit late. There was an application for an extension of time, which was granted. And we do now have all the responses from the department. Colleagues, you would have those as well with you. They were emailed. Without further ado, we go to the next item on the agenda, which is apologies. We've just received two sort of apologies where two colleagues, Honorable Zulu and Honorable Chinga, will leave us physically but will connect virtually in the course of the day. And we are noting that. I think we have not received any other apologies, Kabo. Right. We then go to the next item, which is constitution of the meeting. The meeting is duly constituted. It's correct. We have members present virtually as well as on the... Hello, is there somebody speaking? No. We have members present virtually from the committee, as well as our legal advisor, and we have members who are present physically as well, and that makes us correct. For example, I'm just giving an example. Honorable Zulu is on the virtual platform, and can I also say that Honorable Rogers had indicated that his substitute to this meeting will be Honorable Mwango, who is present. We also have, and you're welcome, Honorable Member. We also have with us representatives of the Auditor General's Office. There's Marusha Vatha, who is logged on the virtual platform. And there are other members of the AG's team who are also present, Priska and Roger, etc. So we are duly constituted and we have our stakeholders present. Colleagues, what we'll do is, before we proceed with the presentation from the department, Honorable MEC, we will ask the HOD and the team who are going to speak to take an oath or affirmation to speak the truth and then go into the presentation. So perhaps let them do the oath or affirmation. MEC, you can then make a few remarks and we'll have the presentation. Let's do the oath or affirmation. Okay, I swear to speak the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God, or I affirm to speak the truth.
I affirm to speak the truth.
Just name yourselves, right? We know who you are, but for purposes of recording.
I am Sandile Shabalala, the head of department, the Department of Health in KwaZulu-Natal. I affirm to speak the truth.
Greetings to the honorable members of the committee. My name is Phumelele Shezi. I'm the acting CFO in the department. I affirm to speak the truth. Thank you.
Greetings to the honorable members of the committee. I am Penny Msimango, acting DDG Clinical Support Services. I commit to speak the truth.
Greetings, honorable members of the committee. My name is Tembeka Mngeti. I affirm to speak the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over to the MEC, let me also welcome members of the Health Portfolio Committee who have been asked to connect virtually. Honorable MEC, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to all the honorable members. We have been away from the chamber for quite a while, So one needs to get reorientated with the gadgets in the chamber. Chair, thank you for having us in this meeting. I will not be long at the beginning of the meeting, and I will comment later on when the questions are being asked, should I need to. However, Chair, I wanted to indicate that from the moment we met with Scopa, we were able to go back, look at the questions that were raised as have been raised with by Scopa, and we decided that we needed, excuse me, we decided that we needed to give as much detail as possible to our responses. You will notice, Chair, that we have a file that speaks to the responses, but we also have quite a number of attachments because we did not want a similar situation that we faced before to recur. So those documents are meant to assist members in understanding what we are indeed going through. The one point or the couple of points that I wanted to speak to, Chair, the first one is the issue of the implementation of consequence management, a matter that I understand that matters that the committee members and the chair are quite passionate about. We are indeed implementing those, Chair, but we wanted to just indicate right at the beginning that a consequence management members will request to be patient with us because some are punitive indeed, but others are curative. So when we implement and as we explain moving forward, the CFO together with the head of department are going to be indicating which part is being implemented in which instance. However, we are very firm on ensuring that we implement consequence management. We are even looking at different options of how you hold the whole management as well accountable. And as soon as we have found a way that will not get us into a collision course with the labor relations or the labor relations law of the country, we will then indicate to members what route we are taking. The other part, Chair, I wanted to speak to is the issue of the resources that the department is working on. As indicated, I think in the last financial year, the Department of Health has been instructed to create its own internal control unit, and we presented in the committee that we needed, well, because really right at the beginning we could not employ all those that we needed to employ, we came up with a better way or an easier way for a start that we thought will assist the department, and that was one of ensuring that we get learners into the system. And when we were able to identify those, we said we needed 27 learners at the beginning. Right now we have 21 already that are in the system. We agreed with Treasury, and Treasury made a commitment that they were going to assist us in ensuring that the supervision of those learners is actually implemented. That means Treasury was going to get the different consultants that were going to supervise the learners and actually be responsible for actually teaching the learners during the process. We have been working quite well with Treasury, but the challenge that we have from time to time is that the consultants that are put in sometimes are only there for about 4 months or 5 months, and that then disrupts the process of the learners and the resource that we have. However, we are continuing to hold that engagement with Treasury, and we hope it will be sorted out as soon as possible. I just wanted to raise that because from time to time you will find that the learning of our resource is disrupted, and you know, Chair has a bit of a challenge. So those are the few things I wanted to speak to. The final one, Chair, is that we think that we might be getting over the pandemic. We are not sure at this point, but when you look at our infection rate, we believe that our numbers, although not as static as we would want them to be, but they are indeed becoming becoming reduced by the day. But if the pandemic or the virus was now going to be going away altogether, we would then have standard numbers on a daily basis or a standard reduced number on a daily basis. We are not seeing that. It does give us a bit of a worry, because what it means is that maybe in the 300 and 400 numbers that we see daily, that might be a sense or an area where the winter wave might come from. We are not sure, and scientists at this point have also not given us a proper guidance. However, at this point, we are working on the basis that the pandemic is subsiding, and we are gradually going back to our normal functioning as the Department of Health. And normal functioning means we then have to go back and look at all the other challenges and all the other core functions that we were not able to focus on and concentrate on as the department because of COVID-19. So we are gradually catching up and catching on, and we hope we will really be given a breather by the virus. Maybe it gives us another 8 or so months before we get another wave, so that we are able to catch up on your other non-communicable diseases, and we are able to focus on the issues of HIV and AIDS and focus on our facilities and make sure that they function at a level that they're supposed to be functioning at. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable MEC, for those words, which we have noted. It's heartening to hear that there's a decline in terms of the pandemic, but as you say, we can't afford to let our guard down. I understand that the fifth wave would be predicted around March, and we hope it's extremely mild. But as you will be pleased to see, in terms of legislature, we are adhering to all COVID protocols, including our social distancing. I think also we need to just raise with colleagues in the public service to adhere to this. I think yesterday we had to ask one of the teams that came here to put their masks on. It should just be a standard. But having said that, let us then go into the hearing. And before the HOD commences, we'll be dealing members with resolutions 2 to 5 through to 2 to 9. Sorry, let me get this right. No. 2 to 5 right through to 246. Resolutions 2 to 5 to 246, which are specific to the department, and then our transversals, which will be 290, 91, 92, 93. Those will be covered. And the resolutions range, as you're aware, from the irregular expenditure and consequence management, misstatements of assets, movable and minor assets, payment, issue of payment for goods and services not received, statements of accruals, the medical legal issues, predetermined objectives, material misstatements in the annual financial statements, non-payment of invoices within 30 days, non-compliance with procurement and contract management, issues around strategic planning and performance management, the issue of previously reported irregular expenditure around the radiology equipment contracts, internal controls, non-implementation of plans to address previous audit findings, internal investigations, and that covers a whole range of investigations, the performance audit, and then we go to the transversals. So that's just broadly the scope of what was expected. We'd ask that the resolutions don't necessarily be read out because members do have them in front of them, but the responses be focused on. Thank you. What we can also do is have screen sharing.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I firstly greet yourself, greet the honorable members, greet my MEC as well and the colleagues. Chair 1 will not make any comment because the presentation is a relatively long one. It's going to be presented by our acting CFO, think MEC has touched on the issue of the vacancies, including that of the CFO, but we will touch on it again in the presentation. So we will rather engage after the honorable members want to ask more questions after the presentation. May I then ask that we allow the acting CFO to present, Chairperson? Thank you.
Greetings once again to the honorable members of the committee. Thank you, HOD, for the opening remarks. Likewise to the honorable MEC. So without further ado, I'll then shoot straight to it. These slides themselves actually summarize the pack that has been shared indeed with honorable members. The pack includes the Word version of the presentation and various annexures as they relate to our responses pertaining to the different resolutions that were actually received from this committee. I think just by way of introduction, we just would like to highlight the fact that on receipt of the resolutions from the committee, and as expected of us in terms of processes post-audit, we then had to develop an audit improvement plan or strategy that speaks to the exact issues that were actually picked up by the Auditor General per facility or per area that was audited in the department. And that detailed audit improvement strategy is indeed attached as part of Annexure A. And we are in the process of implementing that strategy and reviewing the very implementation to just check if indeed things are going as planned. So the focus mainly is on additional initiatives that we are implementing in the department so as to turn the picture around with regard to the outcomes. The slide projected now speaks to just briefly what I've indicated, but the paragraph 212 then adds on what has already been mentioned by the Honourable MEC, in that in addition to looking at the management committee of the department relative to consequence management, but we are also implementing the same at facility level or at responsibility level. Now, the letters that were actually issued to all CEOs of our facilities per area that was actually audited at facility level, because it was not just a generic letter. It was specific to issues that were picked up by the AG at facility level. But just for reporting purposes, the letters as attached in Annexure B, they are looking into all contraventions or non-compliance areas with prescripts and policies, the irregular expenditure incurred, the incorrect accruals listings that were actually submitted to head office and subsequently to the Auditor General, the non-completion of goods received note, the incorrect recording and reporting of performance information leading to the disclaimed opinion when it comes to AOPO, and the issues of poor record keeping, which also led to information not being submitted for audit purposes. In terms of the development, implementation and monitoring of the improvement strategy, as I've indicated, we have developed the strategy which incorporates both the audit report findings as well as the findings reported on Annexure A of the management report. In terms of actions to be implemented, action owners to drive the actual implementation so that there is isolation and accountability of responsible persons, and the implementation date and completion date. So it is very specific and measurable. Subsequent to the compilation of the improvement strategy, the same was forwarded to the audit unit in the Provincial Treasury, for review and was thereafter issued to management in the department as well as various facilities. In this regard, management were required to report on the status of implemented actions and attaches then a status update as at 31st December 2021 for ease of reference. So that is also part of the actual Annexure A, which is the improvement plan. Further to the above, as part of the strategy to strengthen controls, the district monitoring and evaluation teams are currently undertaking assessments to verify and validate the implemented action plans at facility level. And if control deficiencies are identified, further actions are then developed to strengthen the control environment. And again, in addition to that, as part of the strategies to strengthen controls in the department, the very M&E teams and the assessments they are doing is then geared to achieve exactly that. In terms of audit preparedness, during November and December 2021, the department had convened audit preparedness workshops in all districts. Actually, this started on the 8th of November and they were finalized on the 8th of December. So it took us the whole month to cover all 11 districts. So these were targeted at management teams for all facilities, and presentations and subsequent discussions at the workshops, which are actually attached also as Annexure C, but these were focused on the 2020-21 regulatory audit, the audit findings in terms of what gave rise to the qualifications, and all issues as listed in the previous slide. But we then went further and clarified responsibilities or roles of CEOs, the finance managers and the supply chain managers in the validation of all SCM transactions and the correction of the financial AFS disclosures. Again, because we have district management teams per district, those roles were also clarified in terms of the district M&E teams, also in the validation of all transactions, because it will take the validation of the entire population for us to actually get it right. The rollout of the EASY tool, which is an electronic tool that is now helping us with regard to irregular expenditure management, also was the teams were actually taken through that in detail in a manner that allowed facilities to actually ask questions and test the tool in action, because it is web-based, and they had actually, in facility teams had actually access to it in real time. And the inventory management and the use of the goods received note was also further emphasized, and the teams were actually also taken through that document in detail again. With regard to expenditure management and the guidance on the correct accounting for accruals and payables on recognized, that too was further explained. And the standard operating procedures relating to SCM delegations was further discussed in detail as part of those workshops. As I've indicated, the detail of all the presentations that were actually shared during these workshops are actually attached as part of Annexure C. Now, specifically with regard to the irregular expenditure project, we were qualified as a department in this regard, and we have actually been qualified for a few years before the year under review, because of transactions that did not meet the definition of irregular expenditure that were incorrectly recorded as such. And on analysis of the findings relating to this irregular expenditure, it was noted that institutions didn't accurately and completely identify, record, and report on instances of irregular expenditure. The root cause of this was due to the department using a manual system to record and report on irregular expenditure. So now with the tool, an electronic tool, we are hopeful that it will assist the department in eradicating errors that were speaking to issues of duplicated transactions and transactions that need not necessarily have been recorded and disclosed as such because of the alignment of the very easy tool with the Treasury framework on the management and treatment of irregular expenditure. In addressing the finding and ultimately the qualification, the department has initiated a project, as reported earlier, with the assistance of a service provider that is really aimed at really ridding ourselves of this particular qualification. This afternoon, we have an engagement, the initial engagement meeting with the Auditor General, and we would like to actually ask for an opportunity during that engagement meeting to share the very progress report on what we have actually done in this regard with the AG, so that we are not caught by surprise come the actual audit process. As I have indicated, it is envisaged that this will contribute to the department receiving at least an unqualified opinion in this regard. There has also been a validation exercise of all SCM transactions from the 1st of April 2021 until end of December. And the process is ongoing until all transactions are actually validated as at 31st March 2022, which is the end of the financial year. So it's all transactions in the true sense of the word. So all commitments, all accruals and payables are recognized, well, cumulatively so, and all irregular expenditure and the receipting of goods and services in a way testing the very implementation of the goods received note. And further, the district monitoring and evaluation teams have commenced with the validation and verification of SCM transactions at facility level to further confirm accuracy and of the accruals listing, as well as to confirm whether goods received note have actually been used to evidence the receipting of goods. With regard to audit and internal control assessments undertaken relative to the fact that we had engaged the internal audit unit of Provincial Treasury to undertake similar audit of accruals in the department, and this was undertaken in the month of November 2021, and corrective action taken to address the findings obviously would come out naturally from those reports for facilities to then implement them accordingly. And then further, the internal audit unit has also been requested to test the accruals listing in the months of February 22 as well as April 22 to assist the department in identifying any misstatements prior to the disclosure of the accruals and PNRs in the annual financial statements as at end of May 2022 as expected. And further, we had commenced in December 2021 with the testing of SCM transactions to confirm whether GRNs were used in the receiving process of goods. And the testing of GRNs will be intensified again as part of the fourth quarter to further ensure that there are no gaps in what would be submitted as part of our AFS at the end of May. Another initiative is with regard to the management reporting packs that have been implemented now for quite a while in the department, where these packs were actually developed to further assist CEOs and management teams with regard to all disclosure items and other information on a monthly basis. These monthly reporting packs are assessed and the results or reports of the review assessments are discussed with the CEOs and finance managers at scheduled meetings that are actually convened. These engagements, which are convened on a regular basis, they are chaired by the DDG Clinical Services with the panel members comprising of the CFO's office, the DDG Clinical Support Services, the chief directors from Clinical Services, the chief risk officer, and the audit and internal control unit members. During the engagements, the findings of the assessment is actually discussed, and institutions are tasked with ensuring that corrective actions are implemented relative to the findings. And a sample of the actual engagements and example of the assessment tool is actually attached as part of Annex D. So that would include the exact meeting, the attendance registers, and findings that would have emanated from that particular engagement with the group of facilities selected on the day. In addition, the management committee of the department has resolved on adopt a hospital program, which is the initiative of the HOD that entails the adoption of facilities by department's MANCO members to provide support, as well as to review and evaluate the correct recording of the various disclosure items, as well as to monitor the implementation of the audit improvement plan, as well as to evaluate record management practices like the availability of financial, human resource management, revenue, patient administration files, as well as registers and performance information records during their monthly visits. So we are hopeful that these added initiatives will actually assist in strengthening the control environment further. Now, in response to the exact resolutions of the committee, starting with resolution 225 of 2021, which I will not go through as directed by the Honorable Chairperson, the response to which is then projected on our screens. In terms of the reasons for or lack of effective and efficient and adequate systems of internal controls to ensure that this particular qualification is dealt with, we are just alerting the honourable members of the committee that the budget and expenditure relating to the procurement of goods and services in the department is decentralized to facilities. And on analysis of the findings relating to this irregular expenditure, it was noted that institutions did not accurately and completely identify, record, and report on instances of irregular expenditure. The root cause of this was due to the department using a manual system to assist in the process. And so the electronic tool is then really going to assist us manage this risk that we have had over time. And further, the department, we had introduced an SCM checklist, which was cascaded to all facilities and which was required to be completed prior to any procurement being undertaken. This initiative was to ensure that all documentation was checked and to assist the institution in determining whether the transaction is actually irregular or not. Now, the same was actually migrated to this electronic tool. So facilities now have access to drop boxes in the web-based tool. So they then select their responses per transaction, but further they are then to attach or hyperlink supporting documents to the effect of their responses in the tool that will now be able to be available at a click of a button during the actual audit. So it is all of these that we actually want to just make sure that we are on the same page with the Auditor General as early as now to avert an element of surprise, as I indicated earlier. With regard to the failure of the accounting officer to exercise adequate oversight and why such failures do not constitute an act of financial misconduct, because of the root cause of these findings on irregular expenditure, which is due to inaccurate and incomplete disclosure of irregular expenditure management at facility level, which is due to the manual system, as I've indicated. This system is actually prone to errors, as I also did indicate in our opening or introductory slides. However, the responsibility for ensuring that the listings are actually submitted is actually at facility level, specifically the chief executive officers. Obviously, functions are devolved to the relevant managers per facility. So isolation of responsibility will then follow that particular form. And in light of the findings, the department has taken action by issuing letters to CEOs, as I've indicated. And these letters were actually issued on the 1st of February 2022. They were given 7 days to respond, which they have done, and those responses are now being evaluated, whether there is then a need for further investigations, forensic, depending on the nature of transactions, or otherwise, but most importantly, such that the labor relations processes are actually followed for ensuring that there is fairness in the process. With regard to the measures to be implemented to ensure adequate systems of internal controls that need to be put in place, the AGSA had indicated in the audit reports that in respect of regular expenditure, there were transactions that didn't meet the definition of regular expenditure, which were incorrectly recorded as such, and the audit team was unable to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence for this irregular expenditure, resulting in the qualification. In addressing the finding and ultimately the qualification, the department has initiated a project and has appointed a service provider, as I've indicated, that is assisting us in this regard. Most importantly, all transactions, as in the entire population of transactions, is actually being looked into. So this includes the historical irregular expenditure from the 08-09 financial year, but also focusing our attention on the current transactions relative to the 2021-22 fiscal year. So the project itself entails setting up the electronic tool EASY and providing access to all role players, updating of the electronic tool with all transactions, transferring of skills, most importantly to departmental officials on the processes to be undertaken, and the use of the very electronic tool as they were taken through during the workshops in the month of November and December 2021. But again, the reconciliation and consolidation of an itemized regular expenditure register, historical transactions included, as I've indicated. The examination of the department's prior audit management reports and issues that were picked there, so that we also focus in addressing those to prevent repeat audit findings, as it were. Again, as part of the project, it covers the importing of the database of restated opening balances as at the 1st of April 2021 on the tool, and examination of the population of payments on a monthly basis for the period of 1st April 2021 to 31st March, which covers the entire financial year. This includes assessment, confirmation, and recording of new transactions for the current year, as I've indicated. Conducting determination tests of all historical and current transactions, and the preparation of submissions for the relevant course of action, including cases of suspected fraudulent activity for further investigation. Assisting the department with the compilation of the regular expenditure register, as well as the preparation of the regular expenditure note in the AFS and readiness for submission to the AG, and assisting the department with the formulation of responses to audit queries relating to the regular expenditure. And if material misstatements were identified by the AG, the AFS and the restated regular expenditure registers for the current year will then be updated accordingly. But in addition, the department had engaged with the CEOs, the finance managers and teams at facility level during the preparedness workshops, as I've indicated. And all facilities were requested to ensure that all expenditure is captured onto the tool, which will correctly identify any irregular expenditure transactions. And in so doing, the department has institutionalized the process of accurately identifying, reporting, and recording irregular expenditure to achieve a fair presentation in the AFS. The training of finance managers and teams at facility level on the use of the tool was covered, as I've indicated. These are the districts that had been covered as at the reporting date. Further, the training of all facilities in the remaining 5 districts was expected to be concluded by the 18th of February. And there is additional information that one should perhaps share with the honorable members of the committee in terms of statistics. But perhaps maybe let me just punctuate myself at that, because that will still be spoken about in subsequent slides when we speak specifically to the implementation status of the goods received note. So I think this just emphasizes status update in terms of 56% of the population of payments that had been validated, and the department's officials at various facilities have been updating all transactions for the period as indicated. And in addition, the M&A teams have also commenced with the validation process as reported. Now moving to the next resolution of the committee. Resolution 226, which speaks of misstatements of movable tangible capital assets, which I'll not go through as guided by the Honorable Chairperson. In this regard, the qualification is premised largely on the interpretation of the modified cash standard on the valuation of assets in the fixed asset register. The department has adequately compiled with the completeness and existence of information in the fixed asset register. I think that should not be overlooked, and it's what we are also trying to maintain, because we can't regress from this achievement. In order to conduct the valuation, and the department must first draft an asset valuation methodology which will be used. The department opted to have the provincial treasurer approving the proposed methodology before the exercise could be conducted, due to experience of few recent audits where the AGSA has disagreed with the methodology itself, and thus finding that the department had applied incorrect criteria to value its assets. The department also engaged the National Treasury, which also endorsed the methodology in principle. However, the AGSA had then found gaps in the implementation of the very methodology. So what's quite clear is that the relevant standard in the MCS itself is not adequately clear and descriptive enough, and lends itself to various interpretations. There have been numerous multi-party engagements on the matter, and these will continue to happen. Like I did indicate that there is this engagement this afternoon at 3 p.m. with the AG. This again will feature in the discussion. So the last engagement, which was convened by the Audit Committee with the Provincial Treasury and the AGSA in an attempt to resolve the apparent impasse, some of the members of the Audit Committee did express sympathy with the department. The AGSA the audit can only, as they can only audit on the prescripts issued by National Treasury. It's the department's opinion that National Treasury must provide guidance on the standard as they have issued. The department will thus only be in a position to remedy the qualification completely once there is clarity and agreement on the proposed valuation methodology. So this is a prefix that must happen before we actually apply any methodology that we have. The matter is particularly relevant to the KZN Department of Health, as the group of assets affected are a very significant number due to the unavailability of source documents that have been lost prior to the 2015-16 financial year. These source documents can no longer be found. The MCS prescribes that the department applies fair valuation of these assets as a remedy. Assets procured in the subsequent period have been adequately dealt with by the department to fully comply with the prescripts. The department has accordingly written to Treasury requesting permission for exemption on the issue of asset fair valuation until such time that the matter is addressed. So this is concurrent to what we are trying to also achieve in terms of agreeing on the methodology itself. And the department has also made a representation to Treasury as input into the challenges posed by the apparent silence of the existing standard, which lends itself to differing interpretations as reported. We are still awaiting a response from Treasury. In the meantime, we have continued to work on ensuring that the completeness and existing aspects of the FAR are actually maintained within the required standards. And we have attached the letter in this regard to our Provincial Accountant General as part of Annexure E. I'll then move to the next resolution, Resolution 227, which speaks to the qualification on payments for goods and services not received. Response, which is covered as part of slide number 19. And in respect of the reasons for not implementing controls and the requests by honorable members of the committee of an evidence-based assessment of effectiveness of the GRN, the resolution of the committee is noted and is provided by each of the areas, starting with the first one, in terms of not implementing adequate systems of internal controls. The department had been utilizing the Form 14 as a mandatory requirement prior to any payment being processed. This form was used as confirmation by responsibility manager that goods or services were indeed received and rendered. The Auditor General raised reservations about the adequacy of the information that's contained in the Form 14. Subsequently, with the guidance of Provincial Treasury, the department had designed a new GRN that was implemented across the department. And this commenced with the implementation of the GRN during the last audit period. And initial implementation challenges had resulted in the qualification not being entirely addressed. The same GRN has subsequently been fully implemented across the department in the current year, and we are attaching a copy of the very GRN as part of our Annexure F. With regard to an evidence-based assessment of the effectiveness of the GRN, during the audit preparedness workshops that were undertaken, the institutional management teams as well as the district M&E teams were requested to actually undertake the following in terms of institutions, expenditure management and supply chain, to perform reconciliations of the very goods, the records of goods and services and invoices received, to supplier statements monthly. The previous month statements must be reconciled to the current month statement. And where discrepancies are noted, these must be followed up with the supplier and resolved. A goods received note register and an invoice control register must be maintained to identify the accurate date of receipt of goods and services and invoices. And all supply chain management transactions, they are to be validated and verified to ensure that all goods and services are receipted in the or using the very GRN. So we had commenced in December with the testing of the very GRN in institutions, and to date, perhaps the latest information at our disposal is that we now have 39 institutions that had been assessed with regard to the implementation of the very GRN. The reports are in the process of being finalized. And the findings will actually be shared or actually have been shared. 3 reports have been finalized and shared with facilities already, with 33 reports that are still sitting with provincial treasury consultants as they finalize those for distribution to facilities for them to then action gaps that would or do good with the gaps that would have been identified. So that's the latest information in addition to what's contained in the presentation. With regard to Resolution 228 on misstatement of accruals, the response is contained in slide 22, wherein we are alerting the honourable members of the committee on a process that we are busy with in terms of implementing the logistics information system to further assist in streamlining SCM processes, which will be a huge improvement from the manual environment that we are currently using as a department. However, the process is completely dictated to by the availability of National Treasury, because it's a transversal system and it depends on there is a prerequisite that National Treasury must first train you before they actually activate the same system. So the reported 65 users have actually been trained already in the introductory module of Logis, which in itself is not adequate for officials to be permitted to use the system. There are a series of interdependent training sessions that must first be conducted before access is granted, as I've indicated. And the subsequent modules require physical training sessions, which is led by a facilitator. Now, in this regard, National Treasury eventually agreed to send an official to the province to run the first 3-week physical session, which is currently underway. And 10 officials are currently undergoing this training and are also being earmarked for additional training as trained trainers who will also form part of the implementation and technical support officials on the actual rollout of the LOKIS system. Due to limited number of suitable training venues in the department and also the limited availability of National Treasury facilitators, the department's officials will be trained on various modules over the next few months. And the department has a total of over 1,300 officials that will actually need to be trained on the various modules as detailed in the slide. And this means that it will happen across the province for us to then have a system fully implemented. And we have attached a detailed implementation plan as part of Annex G of the pack that was shared with the members of the committee. And in addressing the finding and ultimately the qualification on accruals and payables on recognized management at all institutions.
CFO, Honorable Nkosi.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I was going through the report last night that is presented by Health, and I discovered that it is too long. I wanted to find out if it would be possible for the CFO just to summarize each point. I just wanted to check that, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Kaula, you want to say something? Okay. All right, CFO, I think, I think given that members do have the response, you may not need to go into all the detail. Just give us a kind of summary of where the department is at now. And if members have any issues, when it comes to discussion, they will raise them. To give an example, if you say that finance managers have been tasked with undertaking the following, and then you've got about like 6 bullet points, you could perhaps just summarize that, right? And then just say, you know, like a summary of the response, okay? Let's try that. Thank you.
Thank you for the guidance, Honorable Chairperson. So perhaps in just summarizing the slide projected at this moment, honorable members will recall that just because of this very lack of full implementation of the GRN, it actually led to qualification on both accruals and PNRs, but in addition to the qualification on goods and services. So this full implementation then addresses all issues relating to the different qualification areas as indicated. So the managers are then tasked with all the responsibilities as documented in the slide, in the bullets in the middle of the slide. And further, the M&E teams are then also charged with the responsibility of validating those very transactions to just provide with an additional layer of checking before the submission of the listings at the end of the financial year. Now, moving to the next resolution 229 on the uncertainty regarding relating the outcome of litigation. There were various subsections in terms of this resolution. The breakdown of the very medical legal claims is provided for in Annex H. And in terms of the amounts paid per financial year, those are provided in the slide projected right now. But relative to the number and value of claims that were successfully defended in the 2021 and the 2 financial years prior, we are also listing those cases as projected in this slide. There is still room for serious improvement in this regard, but we are trusting that our medical legal strategy will adequately address this, not just when the horse has bolted in terms of the actual anomalies resulting to claims, but also with the prevention side of things, so that we actually close the tap in terms of the occurrences of adverse health events that happen at facility level. With regard to the strategies adopted by the department to mitigate its liability, so that clinical governance policies is attached as Annexure I, which addresses the very incurrence that I've spoken about earlier. And the progress made in the law reform in terms of the legislative interventions regarding medical legal claims. The latest is that on the 12th of November, the South African Law Reform Commission has issued a statement concerning the release of a discussion paper on medical legal claims, and the closing date was actually at the end of the last accounting period. The department has also provided with its own contribution in that regard. In respect of Resolution 230 on predetermined objectives, the first subsection in terms of the reasons for lack of monitoring the accuracy of reported performance information, because of the size and nature of the department, we rely mostly on physical support visits to conduct these quality audits. But clearly, there are gaps, hence the concerns from the AG perspective. And in addressing the challenges, there is then a series of actions that are actually provided in this slide that is now being projected. Various activities and progress report thereof is actually documented in the presentation. For instance, with regard to the refresher trainings that had actually to be done in this regard, we are reporting that 6 out of 11 districts have actually been completed, with the 5 remaining districts earmarked for completion before end of the financial year. Updates in terms of the audit improvement plan that is provided for in Annexure J in terms of status thereof, and Annexure K as presented in this slide. The facilities also expected to ensure that there is adequate application or execution of SOPs. That too is being monitored through the support visits, which were commenced in the 3rd quarter of the financial year. And an example of such an outcome of those of that initiative is provided for in Annexure L. In respect of the management and data management team that had to also conduct tests, 8 data management support visits were completed in December 2021 and January 2022, and these are also progressing accordingly per the remedial plan that has been put in place. Likewise, with the reconciliations between information in the district health information system to that recorded in registers, that also the testing of that alignment is actually continuously being done as part of the monitoring support visits. They are underway. Likewise, with the monthly information meetings that are to be conducted, there is then proof thereof in terms of Annexure M again. The job descriptions and performance agreements of managers that clearly indicate data management duties. There is an example of that also as part of the annexure. Management was also is to also ensure that proper control record keeping processes are implemented, and consequence management will indeed be implemented against all officials, as reported earlier in the letters that have already been sent and responded to by facilities. I think that just in a nutshell summarizes our response with regard to subsection 1 of this resolution. In terms of evidence-based assessment of the effectiveness of the measures undertaken, that is monitored through the audit improvement plan, and status thereof is also further provided in terms of Annexure M relative to the specific concern from the AG and as resolved by the honourable members of this committee. Now, moving to the next resolution 231 on material misstatements that were not corrected. We are just confirming that proper format of the financial statements was actually used in terms of the guidelines provided by National Treasury. However, the finding itself speaks to the nature and amount of findings that actually led to qualification in terms of Annexure A of the audit report. And so it's a standard paragraph that until we actually are unqualified as a department, that it will always be communicated as such, to say then our financial statements were not in accordance with the guidelines in this regard. In terms of Resolution 232 on consequence management, expenditure and consequence management around irregular expenditure, specifically with regard to the progress made in the investigation and determination testing of related transactions. The testing of priors, misstatements, as indicated in the slide, has actually commenced, and they will then follow the treatment procedures detailed in the Treasury Instruction Note that deals with the irregular expenditure management, and that is provided as part of Annexure A, including our prior request for condonation of irregular expenditure, where it is indeed proven that no losses were incurred and no fraud or related matters that may warrant further investigation, including forensic investigation, would actually be necessary. Just by way of making an example, if we are using a security services contract that has expired, there is proof that indeed the service is being rendered. There are registers that get completed at facility level, and there are invoices that are then certified as correct at facility level and paid for as such. So indeed, issues of value for money, as expected to be part of the determination test, are then cleared as such. And such related transactions have then been made to be part of our request for prior condonation to Provincial Treasury. And we are still expecting an outcome in terms of that very submission. The current transactions are also being dealt with in terms of application for condonation. The Loss Control Committee meeting, for instance, that happened this week in the department is continuously dealing with it. It has not been finalized, but we aim to submit to Provincial Treasury by end of March, as expected, for transactions that have been submitted for condonation to be correctly recorded in the correct accounting period. In terms of reasons for lack of proper and complete records with regard to or with an impact, which impacts on the ability to determine the exact and the extent of regular expenditure, I think this has been responded to in prior slides in terms of the project that is actually currently underway. And the letters that are written to CEOs are part of our attempt to actually implement consequence management as reported. In terms of addressing the lack of supporting evidence relating to regular expenditure, so the tool, as I've indicated, has a functionality of hyperlinks where attachments can then be uploaded electronically for them to be available at a click of a button. In enabling the department to avoid regular expenditure as required, SOPs do exist. Delegations have actually been amended, and training in that regard has also happened. And we are hopeful that LOCIS will streamline our manual processes such that we are then able to replace, for instance, the expired contracts that culminate to incurrence of irregular expenditure. In terms of the investigations that need to happen and disciplinary steps, it will all happen as the project gets to that phase of if there's instances that need to be investigated specifically with regard to incurrence of regular expenditure, that will happen, and matters will then be either channeled through the departmental investigations unit or our directorate responsible for labor relations for consequence management to be then dispensed accordingly. Regarding an evidence-based assessment of the effectiveness of the steps taken, the tool is then assisting now remotely because it's web-based. So at a glance, we are able to then see the percentage completion, for instance, of all transactions in terms of various facilities and districts. And we are then providing a statistic in terms of more than 158,000 payments with a total value of more than 10.4 billion rands already having imported into the tool for assessment, determination, and finalization until condonation, where that will then apply. In terms of reasons for continued use of expired contracts and why this doesn't constitute act of financial misconduct, we are indeed in the process of clearing the list of expired contracts that exist, because the bulk of the regular expenditure in the department actually is made up of these expired contracts. Our attempts, but are then negated by the appeals and the resolutions of the tribunal, where we are then to start de novo in terms of the process. But again, recently the resolution by the Constitutional Court around the PPPFA regulations is going to further hinder us from addressing this as quickly as we would want to do. But again, there are instances of our contracts that are actually held up in court processes, and so if there is such an interdict, we are then not able to finalize replacement contracts, as it were. In terms of Resolution 233 on non-payment of invoices within 30 days, we are indeed the baseline, if one can just remind honorable members, is the department is hovering around 96% compliance in this regard. And if you think of about 28,000 on average, 28,000 transactions per month, leading to just under 400,000 transactions per annum, it is quite an achievement. But we do understand and appreciate that one invoice not paid is one too many. Non-payment mainly would relate to issues where there are queries on the very invoices, whether in terms of amounts, quantities delivered, or the actual invoice amounts, and so on. So we'll continue to improve in that regard. But again, the electronic system in the form of Logis will further assist in just at a click of a button, be able to monitor those that are ready for disbursements, transactions ready for disbursements, so that they are indeed disbursed within the acceptable creditors payment period. So there is an extra P that details that provides further detail in that regard. Resolution 234, in terms of procurement and contract management, there are various issues that were picked up by the Auditor General, as would be observed in the past 3 slides, starting with the concern on lack of proper controls and exercise of power of proper oversight in monitoring compliance with the applicable legislation and prescripts. The system of controls is being implemented and continues to be improved. That addresses the risk that is aligned or associated with the fact that our processes are largely decentralized. So the findings or emanating from the findings reported by the AG, we had then implemented a process of consequence management as reported. Moving to the next area in terms of reasons for failure by the accounting officer to prevent abuse of the SCM system. We had implemented the mandatory checklist now that we are still using the manual system, but concurrently the same checklist has been incorporated into the easy tool. So if this checklist is actually properly implemented, it will then address all, if not most, if not all of the issues or gaps that were identified in this regard. The issues of checking CSD on the date of concluding a particular contract, be it quotation or bid, that too is part of the checklist. So if the facilities adhere to it, it will also address such issues as summarized in this slide. Evidence that measures put in place to address non-compliance by the AG are effective. There is ongoing training on SCM processes that is also strengthened or accompanied by circulars. They have already been issued to institutions to actually foster implementation in this regard. With regard to disciplinary steps taken against officials responsible for transgressions, the consequence management that we spoke of earlier in terms of all areas picked up that include issues of SCM is actually part of the letters that were given to CEOs with regard to all contraventions as detailed in this slide. In terms of steps taken to address lack of proper controls or proper records management system that is in place, this is being addressed. The scanning process in terms of digitizing our SCM environment is already underway. This will assist in, for instance, because SCM files get shared between many hands, between many stakeholders in the SCM units, both at head office and facilities. The soft copy or the digitized copy will actually be used in that regard. It will then assist in ensuring that the original copy, the hard copy, is actually stored under lock and key in the registry that has been developed in our head office SCM, for instance. So we believe that this will further or is actually assisting in documenting the fact that the systems are actually yielding the results that are actually desired out of them. In terms of Resolution 235 on strategic planning and performance management, specifically on reasons for failure to effectively implement information systems to enable monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets. SOPs again exist, they do exist, and are continuously being workshopped and discussed at facility level to actually hopefully impact on the outputs of the annual performance report. So the M&E teams are also involved in this particular process. The facility information officers are also involved, and there are processes that are to be followed at responsibility level with regard to the data cleanup sessions that need to happen, ensuring that our information or data is actually credible for audit purposes. In regard to just additional input on that very point, the department is exploring a data audit tool, which is an online tool that compares data from registers and the DHIS to further assist in identifying gaps, if any, as early as possible for those to be addressed. So the effectiveness of the entire plan is then going to, or is actually being measured now because it was earmarked to start at the end of the last month. In terms of evidence-based assessment of effectiveness of measures implemented, the targets are now being set in accordance with the SMART principle, which ensures that they are specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. But again, the provincial treasury internal audit unit has actually commenced in terms of the review of the very targets that have actually been set, and the same again is monitored through our audit improvement strategy, as already discussed earlier. In terms of Resolution 236 on procurement of sanitizer detergents at prices higher than those that were permissible by the National Treasury guidelines, we are reporting that the investigation has not yet been finalized, and the department had sought legal advice in terms of this very matter. The legal firm has requested further information from the department, and that is being provided. And once a legal opinion has been obtained, the same will then be provided to the Auditor General to can aid a finalization of this matter. With regard to Resolution 237 on previously reported material irregularity regarding radiology equipment, our response is detailed in slide number 57. Just checking if I did not omit a response to this one. I think in the slides, this response is actually omitted for 237, but in the actual Word document, I think my apologies for that through you, Honorable Chairperson. Oh yes, it is covered in this particular response, indeed in slide number 57. With regard to the evidence-based assessment of effectiveness of intervention implemented, speaking to all issues as documented in this slide, the audit improvement plan has been developed, and actions are being monitored in the plan as part of our discussion in Annex Chapter B as reported, I think, earlier. And with regard to the filling of the position of the CFO, that response is actually covered in one of the transversal resolutions, Resolution 290, and so it will then be addressed there. With regard to internal investigations, in terms of progress in finalizing the 7 investigations, 5 of those are now at reporting stage and 2 have actually been completed. With regard to 38 matters which were under review, 23 of these have actually been completed, 3 have been closed, with the remaining 12 that are still at the reporting stage. In terms of the nature of allegations, in 63 matters referred to labor relations, there is a detailed annexure that provides the latest report per matter as part of Annexure Q. In terms of the nature of transgressions in the 60 matters that have been finalized in terms of disciplinary hearings and the amounts involved and sanctions, that detail is also provided as part of the PEC in Annexure R. Resolution 240 on investigations by the forensic unit. The detailed reports are provided per forensic report, starting with the FR2 of 2017, where the department is still conducting an exercise to determine if the department has obtained value for money and if any official should actually be subjected to disciplinary hearing procedures. And due to the extent of the matter, it will take some time to complete. But once this exercise has been completed and there is evidence, the consequence management will then be dispensed accordingly. With regard to FR05 2018, we had registered a case with the South African Police Service, and the Hawks again were investigating the same matter, which then prompted a meeting between the 2 law enforcement agencies, which resulted in a decision being taken that the Hawks should proceed with the investigation. And the status is then provided in this particular slide as it were. Likewise, with the rest of the forensic report matters, the status is then provided. I think perhaps through the interaction that will happen later on, will then perhaps be able to field some of the questions that will come from honorable members. With regard to Resolution 241 on unauthorized expenditure, Firstly, a breakdown that was to be provided is provided per financial year from the 17-18 financial year to the 19-20 financial year. In terms of reasons for the incurrence of the same per year, those are provided. They include issues of hard and expected maintenance costs of our facilities across all 11 districts. They include issues of over or excess medical legal expenditure that could not be adequately funded. They also include issues of spending pressures relating to the ARV medication, which really would be detrimental if those were actually not addressed. Whether the vote itself was overspent, we are then responding to say in the 17-18 financial year, the vote was overspent, whilst under spend on conditional grant, the HFRG grant, had actually occurred, resulting in the unauthorized expenditure because we could not use earmarked funding for any other purpose to actually mitigate this because of the provisions detailed in the relevant grant framework. With regard to the 19-20 financial year, the overspend was in Program 2 with an underspend in the NHI grant again, leading to a similar challenge in terms of balancing it out at vote level. In terms of measures put in place to prevent reoccurrence, there are catch-up plans now for all conditional grants that are currently being implemented, and we are hopeful that they will yield the desired outcome at year-end. In terms of disciplinary action taken against officials responsible for the unauthorized expenditure, as reported in the previous slide, that this was very difficult to be prevented due to the nature, as explained earlier. And as such, then no particular official could actually be held accountable. In terms of steps taken to recover losses, so there were no losses incurred in the process. In terms of Resolution 242 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we are confirming that there has been recoveries to the tune of more than 169,000 relating to salary overpayments, and that detail is actually provided for in Annexure S. Otherwise, with the balance of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which speaks mostly to issues of expired stock, which is mostly also made up of pharmaceuticals, processes to actually process to treat the very fruitless and wasteful expenditure are currently underway and should also be finalized as part of the Loss Control Committee processes before end of March, which marks the end of the financial year. With regard to Resolution 243, in the underspending within the HIV, AIDS, TB, and related sub programs within that grant, we are providing a response detailed in slide number 69, which speaks to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, in the sense that some of the activities were actually deferred and could not be performed due to the restrictions in the lockdown regulations. Further detail is provided in the slide, as honourable members would have had sight of. Likewise, the HPV campaigns that were deferred, there are attachments that are actually made as part of annexures, with the very letters directing us to postpone some of these campaigns as part of the resolutions taken from our National Department of Health. In relation to strategies implemented, the integrated service delivery model is actually implemented to ensure that healthcare service providers attend to patient needs comprehensively. So there is a detailed plan that is available as detailed in the slide. Likewise, with the balance of the top part of slide number 71, including intensifying the health promotion strategy through dialogues in adhering to COVID-19 non-pharmaceutical interventions and so on. Whether the amount of underspent was rolled over to the 21-22 financial year, we are confirming that 97.116 million was rolled over to the current financial year. And it's then broken down to relevant spend items as depicted in this slide. The letters and supporting documents is attached in those annexure T, U, V, and W as shown in that particular slide. Resolution 244, with regard to availability of resources at vaccination sites, with specific reference to those that were highlighted in the resolution by the committee. For Enzeleni Community Health Center, although small, but there are space, it is actually small, this CHC. It has space constraints, which then expose clients to issues of overcrowding and compromising pharmaceutical intervention. In this regard, the CHC has been provided with additional 2 tablets in September 2021, and the facility router is also used in the EVDS verification station to address issues of backlog, leading to the waiting times such that they are then favorable. And additional IT equipment has actually assisted in the capturing of vaccination clients on the very system. With regard to the Nelson Mandela Youth Center, in respect of lack of social distancing measures, a bigger tent was sourced from NGOs to provide a shelter for the holding area. This can actually accommodate about 150 people. So there is now improved social distancing in that regard. With regard to lack of computers, 3 additional computers and 4 tablets also have been availed to further capacitate them in this regard. Resolution 245 on stock management and monitoring systems. Again, in these vaccination sites, progress thereof is provided in slide number 75. Where issues of diluents are now stored in terms of the guidelines from the National Department. And these are actually being monitored to ensure that the cold chain is actually maintained as expected. And the M&E manager institution is monitoring the practice on an ongoing basis. At Nelson Mandela Youth Center, the diluent stock differences, again, in terms of the system differences between RX and the stock visibility systems have actually been implemented to adequately address this concern. So there is responsibilities at institutional district levels in terms of the management teams at that level, in terms of what is expected of them in assisting us with those specific concerns as raised by the committee. Resolution 246 on administration of COVID-19 vaccines. So initially, the screening was done in holding areas, but subsequently, pre-screening prior entering holding areas has actually been implemented, and demarcation set so people can not pass beyond the point before they are actually screened. So those have also been addressed. And we are recording that no person is vaccinated without being screened for COVID-19. Resolution 290 is part of transversal resolutions on filling of posts. The status is then provided as indicated in this slide with the CFO post specifically. 3 candidates who had actually been interviewed that subsequently withdrawn their applications. And as a result, a decision was taken to re-advertise this post. And it was re-advertised on the 16th of January this year with a closing date of the 28th. Shortlisting is actually expected in the course of next week, by Wednesday next week, if my memory serves me correct, for the selection process to then be finalized accordingly. And hopefully the department will then be able to appoint in this particular position. Resolution 291 on compliance with HR matters. The signing of performance agreements and status thereof is provided in this table. There was one employee that was not compliant in submitting the performance agreement, and consequence management has been meted out in this regard, and a disciplinary letter issued accordingly, and the employee was not granted pay progression. And the employee has since been compliant in this regard. Resolution 292 in officials doing business with the state regarding steps taken to monitor compliance and whether central supplier database is actually checked. We are confirming that we have implemented a mandatory checklist, as I reported earlier, and that the CSD is actually checked on the date of award or conclusion of that contract, be it quotation or bid, is then that expectation is adhered to accordingly. With regard to reports or notifications received from National Treasury or DPSA, and that in respect of these reports or notifications, the Department of DPSA or from any other source for that matter regarding officials doing business with the state, these are investigated and thereafter referred to departments of labor relations for implementation of consequence management accordingly. In terms of steps implemented regarding consequence management, cases referred per the above point are referred to respective institutions for the implementation of disciplinary action as reported in this slide. And that, Honorable Chairperson, brings me to the end of the very long report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CFO. Whilst it is a long report, I think we had sent very detailed resolutions. So the responses are appreciated. Whilst you may not have been able to do the detail in the presentation here, as you have given in the reports, members have that information. So there's no problem about that. I think it's just that the presentation we wanted a bit shortened, but the information is what we required. So colleagues, can I open the floor to you for comments and clarification discussion? And colleagues on the virtual platform, please indicate by show of hands so that I can recognize you. I can see Honorable Kaula and Honorable Kaula, Honorable Nkosi, Honorable Zulu, and Honorable Trele on the virtual platform. I see you as well. So let's take this in this order. Honorable Kaula, Honorable Zulu, Honorable Nwango, Honorable Trele, and Honorable Nkosi. In that order, please. Okay, Honorable Kaula, comments?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Honorable MEC, HOD and the Department, Legislature. Thank you very much for the presentation, HOD. Let me admit, Chairperson, we were talking with Honorable Nkosi this morning. I was surprised by this presentation when I went through it, because this is not the Department of Health KZN that I know. It's something new altogether. You know, we have been struggling with this department, Chairperson, for the past 2 years, with them denying everything, resisting to respond. And I don't know what has happened, but whatever has happened to you, whoever has happened to you, HOD, it's for the good of the department. Because for the first time in history, from 2019, this is the first time you are responding to the issues that we have raised to you. It's the first time where you are not denying things, where you are not fighting the AG, where you are not fighting with us, you are just tackling issues. So thank you very much for that. Of course, it may not have been to our expectation and as concise as one would have wanted it to be, but at least it's a good start that you are now dealing with issues. So I just wanted to start on that note, HOD, because really I was even saying to Honorable Nkosi, I nearly phoned him last night because I thought I was dreaming. I was saying to myself, is this this department that I know? But yeah, at least you are here now. But I do want to stress this. Whatever has happened, whoever has happened to you, I wish that they happen 100 times more so that we can start moving forward. Honorable Chairperson, Resolution 234. Of course, with 232, 234, and other areas, the responses are a bit light in relation to what we asked you to deal with. In most instances, I even wrote here, the responses are very diplomatic in that you are running away from going back. But yeah, you have got your turnaround strategy, you have got your consultants, maybe they are the ones that have assisted you, I don't know. You have got your consultants. You are too much forward looking. You are running away from dealing with issues of consequence management. You don't want to take us back to where we have started. You are taking us from today onwards. Go back. Go back. We can't run away from uncovering what needs to be covered from the past. In most instances, I don't want to be specific, but in most instances, your responses are in that fashion, in that you are, if I can put it in that way, in a cover-up kind of a response where you don't want to talk about the bad things of the past. No, we need to talk about them so that we can stop them. We talk about them, we identify who did what. You know, one day I was speaking to one of our counterparts from National, and we were talking about this thing that, you know, Scopa deals with one issue. How did the patient die? We want those answers. How did we get here? Who brought us here? And we deal with those identified, that those who are identified that they brought us here, deal with them. They did ABC, and ABC must happen to them, which is consequence management. How did the patient die? Deal with that question, HOD. When you have identified who led to the patient dying. Now, the issue here is you are in a ward and you are, in the past you were saying, when the HE was saying this person is dead, you would come to us and say, no, this person is not dead. At least today you are agreeing the person is dead. But the question is, who led to the person dying, CFO? Give us that person, deal with that person, so that we stop the same things happening for the future. So in your responses to 232, 234, I'll come back to 232 because there's something else I've written on it. Irregular expenditure. It's historical. And your entire response doesn't talk to, like I'm saying, to issues of consequence management. So you have really got to go to that and address it. In slide 14, I made it an example here. Slide 14. In slide 14, for example, in your bullet 4, it's just one line. It says conducting determination test of all historical and current transactions and the preparation of submissions for the relevant course of action, including cases suspected fraudulent activity for further investigation. Just that line. On 9 billion and 1.6 billion, it's a lot of money. Who led us to this state? Find them, deal with them. That just one line says nothing, because it's that one line that talks to the historical issues of your irregular expenditure. Your other slide that talks to your standoff with the AG in respect of Resolution 226 about your misstatements of movable tangible assets at 5.6 billion and 855 million. You see, I made this an example again, Chair, because it's an approach that I appreciate. That at least this time around, you are coming to us and we are saying, this is our position. That is the position of the AG. And as a department, we have now engaged Treasury. And we are also engaging the AG because we think this is how it should have been done. And we are asking Treasury to also provide their own take on this matter. That is how you deal with issues, unlike in the past where you come to us and say, no, the AG is saying this and we are saying this and we are correct and this is wrong. You see, this is the correct approach. At least we are fighting during the process. We are fighting in the battlefield, not outside the field, you see. So it's really, I just wanted to make that, and I made it an example because I wanted to appreciate the kind of approach and attitude, which is a new attitude for you, Health, in your tackling of your issues going forward. That where you think you are right, you are standing your ground, but again, you are engaging during the process, not after. During the process, you are engaging to say, no, let's get some intervention, at least from Treasury, because we think we are right and the AG is saying this. So really, I just want to appreciate that. The medical legal claims on slide 27, on progress made. Your submission to and your response is just one line. Slide 27. What you are saying to us, Health, is that you have made your input to the whatever law society. On 12 November 2021, the South African Law Reform Commission issued a statement concerning the release of a discussion. But the issue here was one progress made in law reform and legislative interventions pertaining to this matter. It's a very big matter. Now, to just only refer us to a submission that we have made to those people, but tell us as a province, how are we tackling this? How are we avoiding? It's a lot of money. It's a big problem, and it's still going to be a big problem going forward. Now, to say you have only made that submission there, but as a province, we are left, hanging. We don't know what the future holds for us because Health is not telling us how are we going to be tackling this as a province going forward, because claims are still going to go on coming. Which areas are they coming from? Are you closing those loopholes as the department? Because they are still going to go on. Whenever there's an opportunity, people want money, and they can see here that there is money there. So it's still going to keep on coming. How are we stopping it as a province? HOD. Back to my 323, irregular expenditure. You see, the other problem I'm also detecting here is that the department HOD, historically, even before your time, they have let this slide for far too long. It's been happening, nobody paying attention to it for far too long. Now, when you assume your duties as HOD, you also assume the good and the bad of the department. You are not going to start from where you started as HOD. You go back, it's yours. You have inherited. You have inherited those past issues. You are not going to start from your 1.6 billion. You start on the 9 billion, go back there. And like I was saying earlier on, the information you are providing to us here is too scanty. It's really too scary. It's like you are afraid to go to your department, find the culprits and deal with them. No, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You have got all the power. Go to the department, find the culprits, deal with them. If they are no longer with you, they are with other departments, go find them there. If they are somewhere else in the country, go find them wherever they are. It's your duty. Go and find them. If they need to palazza the money, make them palazza the money. If it's issues of fraud and so on and so forth. Because not all of them will be issues of crime and fraud and so on, you see. Some of them, like you're saying, CFO, will just be issues of maybe not complying with the law, but the money was spent. But there will be instances where you need to have people take off the money from their pockets and bring it back to government. Resolution, which one is this? Yeah, it's also, like I was saying, resolution 234, same thing of a feeling that the department is running away from instituting effective processes.
I know that you have a lot to raise. If you can round up.
I'm rounding up now, Chair. And on 236, the sanitizers. I just want to find out what is the bone of contention here, CFO, because you have taken the matter to your legal people. If you can clarify to us, what is the issue? Resolution 237, material irregularity. It looks like all of it is incomplete. Yeah, 237, there's no response. That material irregularity. Even the resolution is not complete. I don't know what happened, but also your response is not there. The last one, Chair, is a comment on slide 78 that the 3 candidates withdrew. I'm just shocked. People apply and you shortlist them, and when you call them to interviews, all of them, they decide to withdraw. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Kaula. Let's take Honorable Nwango. Please, colleague, if a matter has been raised and covered, don't repeat it, all right? Just in terms of, so everybody knows, I've got had Honorable Kaula, then there's Honorable Nwango, Honorable Zulu, Honorable Cele, Honorable Nkosi, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to officials and colleagues. Chair, I think Honorable Kaula have covered most of the points from his special address. Chair, my first question will go to that point of there's a slide where you talk about, I think it says adopt a hospital program. If you can able to share with us if in your assessment that program is working and what is the progress, because it seems to be a good program, but you didn't tell us exactly whether do you see fruits out of that program right now. Secondly, I think slide 15, you mentioned about, I think, 5 districts that are going for training, but the deadline was by 18th Feb. I want to check if it's done because we passed already 15th February, whether the program has been done or is still ongoing. I think the other one was on page 82, slide 82. I just need clarity here because I noted that in terms of officials doing business with the state, you talk about officials who might be tendering in a department, but I think all department chairpersons need to work also on their own side without expecting others to do. My question for health department is, are you having a program or kind of when you employ someone in your own department, do some declarations in terms of their business interest so that I think if all department chairpersons can able to make sure that their own employees understand that they can't do business with the state and also declare, we can avoid the situation we always find ourselves in. If each and every department can do something about it, that's a question I want to check if all employees within the department have signed a declaration in terms of business interest. I think Honourable Kaula has covered the issue of consequence management. I'm a bit worried because I didn't hear much from the report in terms of how many people, like, for example, have been held accountable, and specifically maybe with a position, an example to say someone in this position has been suspended or charged, something like that, but there's nothing about that in the report. Lastly, Chairperson, I think slide 66, it's about unauthorized expenditure. There's a comment that being made in that slide, Chairperson, which somehow concerns me because it's more like saying no one can be held accountable because services were rendered and it was in a way unavoidable to incur unauthorized expenditure. Now, that line on its own, Chairperson, it's a bit of a concern for me in a way that it portrays a picture that says whenever there is unauthorized expenditure, it means either there's corruption or service is not rendered. I think it's a wrong notion really to have that in a report, because if you read the report, it's more like whenever there's unauthorized expenditure, it means there's corruption or no service was rendered. Whereas there are many cases where services has been rendered and there is no corruption, but still is unauthorized expenditure because they didn't follow other processes. So I think I'm just concerned with HOD and the CFO about that comment you made there. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Nwongo. Honourable Zulu.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to MEC, HOD, the team from the Department of Health, and also members of the legislature. One needs to welcome the report. I think it was well prepared, thanks to HOD and the entire team, MEC. I think you gave yourself hard time for this report. The responses, I think they are enough, although there are issues where we wish to raise some concerns. But one needs also to appreciate the tool that you've just developed that will enable the SCM compliance issues. That tool, I think it will assist, especially in districts and also in those facilities like hospitals, in terms of compliance. But maybe my worry will be therefore, do you have enough staff so that they can comply? Are they trained enough for compliance? Noting that you still have that challenge of staffing in your department. I'm also impressed with the asset register also that you have developed. You see the asset of Department of Health also has been the issue in terms of being registered correctly. But then if that process of updating the asset register adequately and training the staff also in ensuring that all the assets are kept correctly, I think you will achieve the goal of compliance with the AG. Also with the methodology that you have just developed of the MSC, I think, of course, it's good. There is that GRN also versus the CEO, district managers of the districts, of course, district managers. Maybe there's a need that the managers must be familiarized with the GRN. But then the question will be, are they available in offices? Because another challenge is that our district managers, they don't stay in offices. They are always out. Maybe the HOD should strengthen the possibility of our managers to be in office so that they monitor the issue of cash flow, they monitor the issue of compliance planning within the planning part of it, the data that is required by AG. If we can therefore ensure that the people who monitors our district managers and CEO does their work correctly. Another one is the issue of M&E. I know that it's always been a concern that most M&E, they are not doing their task. The reason being that they are not monitored. I've just said it, district managers, sometimes they're not in the office and they create gaps in terms of compliance. And thereafter, you will find that there is no a manager who is responsible for M&E in that particular institution, which creates the challenges. And then 232.21, Jody, Chairperson, Section 38.1C, Roman Ficachum, of the PFMA provides that an accounting officer must take effective and appropriate steps to avoid any irregular expenditure. But then one will check also, I think my colleague Zoele have covered me that how many people have been, or the culprits have been charged in relation to other irregular expenditure. I know sometimes there are no people that have just caused corruption. Maybe it's just the processes and also failure to keep records. Maybe one needs also to ensure that the department should be encouraged that the record keeping, the people who deals with the records, the SCM people should be trained in record keeping so that we don't have maybe gaps as far as the AG is concerned. The last one of litigations, I'm scared, Chair, it's too much, but also we need maybe just communication and PROs of hospitals and our public institutions also must come to fore and do their work. Because if they are not coming to assist in front offices in casualties, where most of these litigations does take place, we will not achieve what we want to achieve. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Zulu. Honorable Taylor from the virtual platform.
Greetings, Chairperson, to the honorable members, the MEC, the HOD, the acting CFO, and other colleagues that are in the meeting. I think honorable members have covered me mostly, in particular in the fact that we appreciate the report, Chair, and the well-written responses, which literally proves that there is work that is being done. It's really, really, really appreciated, Chairperson, looking at the fact that we must not forget the Department of Health is a department that deals with lives. I sometimes get worried when departments have such big, fruitless and wasteful expenditures, and then when responses are given, they don't really assist us as members to understand what are the issues. But this time, they were very thorough, Chairperson, in their responses. One must also appreciate the fact that the HOD and his team, they are going to go as far back as 2008-2009 financial year to try and resolve their matters that they have with the AG. And the fact that they are introducing the new electronic system that is going to assist them with the payment.
Honorable Taylor, have you muted?
Yeah, no, sorry, I've got muted, Chair. So the new electronic system that they've introduced in their procurement system, that will be able to assist them to track some of the resolutions and some of the concerns by the AG is really, really appreciated. and we see that it's going to assist them in making sure that they are reducing their expenditure, their fruitless expenditure, and matters that are raised by the AG. And one is a bit worried though with the training that is going to be done by National Treasury, to say that if they are going to be training about 1,300 of staff within the province, for the first 10 to be trained, how long is it going to take us? Are they going to be able to meet the time that is required for them to be able to do the training, for people to be able to deal with the issues that are raised by the AG? And the training needs to be done physically. We do understand that they are facing all sorts of challenges for them to be able to fulfill what is required for them. But 10 trainers to train other people, for me, is really a small number, but it's not their problem, really. But for me, Chair, is to appreciate and say they must keep up the good work, they must try harder. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Cele. Honourable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I would wish to state early that our aim as the Scopa of holding such follow-ups engagements with the department is to ensure that we see improvement in the audit outcome. That's our main aim. And want to indicate to the department that we are expecting to see some improvement come the 2021-2022 audit outcome. The repeat of the issues that were picked up by the AG would want to see massive reduction in them. I was about to say in all of them, and I can see. We're getting the report from the CFO. It sent a signal to me that they might not be what we wish. No, the elimination of all of them. But I wanted to find out on this easy tool, which you think that is going to resolve your problems. I wanted to find out as to whether it is clearly understood by all facilities which are expected to make use of it. So I wanted just to find out on that one, because repeatedly the CFO has been indicating that that tool is going to resolve in this area and this area and this area. But it's a question of the understanding, especially after hearing, I don't know whether I read you, CFO, correctly, when you indicated that the districts were trained once. And I didn't hear about the follow-ups in terms of the reinforcement in case people did not understand. I wanted just to be clarified on that one. The second issue that I am interested in, not necessarily arising out of the 2020-2021 audit outcomes. I want to find out from you as to whether you have submitted all the irregular expenditure that arose prior to the audit under review at the moment to the provincial treasury for condonation. Why I raised that thing, HOD and the team, you understand. We have been receiving repeated reports as Scopa that you had not submitted all of them, and it's a huge amount of money. I wanted to find out in that particular area, because audit of the current financial year might add on top of that one if it has not been condoned and whatever. There is that possibility. HG does that sometimes. That is the second question that I'm interested in. On what colleagues have raised on the medical legal claims, I am interested to find out your own assessment, because I know for more than 5 years now, KZN Health has been coming up with mechanisms in order to deal with that thing, with the aim of minimizing them. I would want to find out on the current assessment on your part as to whether you are seeing any reduction or escalation. And I think I understand. I'm talking about those medical legal claims that you were unable to defend successfully. No, you are talking to someone who knows the history of this problem. So I'm just wanting to get that part specifically. On the issues of consequence management, I was covered. I don't want to repeat, as the chairperson indicated that she would not want us to deal with that one. Then the question of the CFO, I don't want to raise it the same way as Honorable Kaula. I suspect that there might be a problem somewhere, but I thought the problem was resolved. I wanted to find out if the CFO post in DOH is still salary level 14 or 15. I wanted to find out, because if it is salary level 14, I want to tell you honestly, it will be very difficult to get people to be interested in such a massive job. I wanted that to be understood, because I know that in other departments there was an upgrading of that particular based on the volume of work that the CFO. I know, I'm not guessing, that we have got two types of CFOs in the province. There are those in salary level 14 and those in salary level 15. And those that are in salary level 15, one of them is a huge department, almost of your size. So I wanted to find out, post is worrying me. This post has been re-advertised more than 3 times, and I don't pick up the exact deterrent from the applicants of taking up that particular post. So I wanted that to be clarified. The last one, based on my first comment, I would want to find out, having come up with such measures in order to improve the audit outcomes, I would want to find out, according to your own evaluation, where do you think the 2021-2022 audit will land you? Will it land you to the same Siberia of Russia, or in a better place? Not Ukraine, but in a better place. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi, for your usual wise comments and observations. I think whilst colleagues, we have welcomed the detailed response, there are certain issues that have to be followed, and the department will have to account for. And, I'm glad that members of Scopa have no hesitation in raising this. Now, what we do see, and it's a breath of fresh air, is that there is a move to sort out the records management in the system with the department, because that has been one of the kind of root causes as to why there are so many adverse findings and opinions. When documents cannot be found, when the AG is looking for documents and you're unable to provide them, when there's a medical legal claim and documents are not available, obviously the department bears the brunt of the negative fallout. So the issue of the electronic records management system in the various sectors where it has been identified is welcomed. However, in relation to irregular expenditure, we are told that a service provider has been appointed to review the current and prior year's irregular expenditure, which is to the tune of 11.55 billion. So it's a very large amount. what I'd like to know is, what are the timeframes given to the service provider to actually deal with the matter? Because it's fine to have the service provider there, but what is the time frame? When do we expect clarity and the prior years cleared, all of those kinds of things? And in line with that, and what colleagues have been saying, if you look at Resolution 225, consequence management, we're told that letters of intent to take disciplinary action have been given. Now, what are the timeframes for the actual disciplinary action to kick in if there isn't that response? There must be a time frame so that we see consequence management where it can be done. Then you'll see that the qualified audit opinion that the department has received, right, is there are two big issues that the AG raises: the misstatements of the assets. Now, I want to differ slightly with colleagues here in the interpretation of how this problem has arisen. And I want to draw people's attention to Department of Transport. Colleagues, you'll remember it went on and on and on because the department was in disagreement with the Auditor General. Whilst the Auditor General is not a god, because this opinion emanates from that department and from that entity, and because it then impacts on how the department is perceived, it's important to be able to work with the AG. What I see here in the report that's given to us is that Provincial Treasury was consulted, National Treasury agreed in principle, but National Treasury set the standards. What happened about consultation with the AG? Because there are meetings on an ongoing basis, and MEC, I think this is something to be looked at, because clearly that's the stakeholder you need to have brought in to say, is this acceptable, what we are trying to do, rather than go through the whole exercise and then find out, basically, it becomes an exercise in futility when you're qualified on the outcome. And in line with that as well, one of the issues that seems to be around the statement of the assets is the availability of documentation. So there's got to be some agreement about how the non-availability of the relevant records is to be dealt with. Otherwise, this is going to be a repeat audit finding. You're not going to get away from it. Then I think what's important is that you are now dealing with a way of tracking your goods, your procurement, etc., using this GRN, and I think that is good. My next issue is around the medical legal issues. And I've seen somewhere in the responses, there's now talk about a medical legal policy framework. It would be good for us to have a copy of that so that we can look at it, but to say also we note in a positive way that there has been a decrease in the amounts now that are being levied against the department. And with this electronic record keeping, hopefully there will be an improvement, but a time frame for that again needs to be provided for this system to be in place. Then what I also want to talk about is around the irregular expenditure. And my concern is that if supporting documents from previous years are not found, then your irregular expenditure is not going to be condoned. You're going to have a problem. So you've got to come to some agreement about how that irregular expenditure of prior years is to be handled, rather than find yourself now struggling for condonation. Then there's some comment here. Well, what I think is positive is the introduction of the EASI tool. But that is only going to deal with the current. It's the past that, as Honorable Kawula has said, is an issue. Then the re-advertising of contracts, because one of your major sources of irregular expenditure is actually for the 2021 year, 1.629 billion is expired contracts. And we were told that there was a March 22 deadline for the advertising. Has that deadline been kept? Have those contracts been advertised? Otherwise, you're back to square one. Okay. We welcome the issue of logos and for the payment of invoices. But what I'd also like to hear from my concern, which colleagues have echoed, if you look at Resolution 236 and 237, right? Investigations are not finalized, right? on the investigation into the procurement of sanitizer detergent, right? There's a net loss of 1.3 million. This investigation, and the matter was drawn to the Department of the attention on the 12th of February 2021. Up to now, we're now in 2022, 1 year later, that investigation is still not finalized. There must be a time frame. My concern here is that over and over again, when we sit here at Scopa, we find that investigations and consequence management becomes prescribed because of the time lapse. We don't want that to happen. Similarly, on the issue of the radiology equipment contracts, again, this is a clear contravention of the PPFA, right? Because the contracts were not given to the best bidder. They were given to somebody who was not the one who ought to have been selected. And the AG had raised this in November 2021. But there's still no finality on this matter. So that is serious. And Honorable MEC, I think you need to chase this up. The various other issues, the unauthorized expenditure, etc., we note the improvement that has occurred. And we are pleased that the conditional grant will be spent. It's a very, very important thing. I want to echo the issues of concern around the CFO, the vacant post, but also to draw attention of the department to the Public Service Commission, which says that an acting official cannot act for more than 6 months in a post. This CFO has been acting for much longer than that. So there's already a contravention. And let me just stop at that point and hand over to the department.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's appreciate the comments made by the honorable members. Chairperson, I'll start with a comment by, and I'm not going to speak to the technical matters where the department and the management must respond for themselves. They will actually do that. But I do want to speak to the matter of the AG. Chair, while we appreciate Ugnonyo by Honorable Kaul, that things are different this year, I do want to indicate that we have not done anything differently, except providing a detailed report in terms of the processes, our engagement with the AG and so forth. The engagement, Chair, between the Department of Health and the AG has always been continuous. The matters that we raise, particularly when it comes to movable and tangible capital assets, we have constantly been raising that with the AG, even in the previous financial years. Last financial year, I'll give you that as an example. Last financial year, we raised the matter with the AG, and we could not agree on how. In fact, it was not a matter of not agreeing, Chair. Maybe we must clarify that. We had said to the AG as the department that the system that they are requiring the department to utilize is not practical, and there was that discussion. AG didn't have a problem with that, but indicated that they are not in a position to tell us which system to utilize. We then said, correct, let's then write to Provincial Treasury, which we did. Provincial Treasury assisted us to engage with National Treasury, and there was that back and forth. I'm just trying to give a picture that what we are presenting is something we had done previously. So National Treasury again came back with an approach, and when we then received the guidance from National Treasury, we then went back to the AG and said, here now, can we utilize this system? Are you amenable to this? AG said, well, again, we can't tell you what to do. Go use whatever system you want to use. When we come and assess, only then we will tell you whether you were using a correct assessment or a correct tool or not. So that is where the issue has been. We still don't agree with the AG, Chair. I must say this upfront and put it on the table. As a result, this is a matter we are raising with through the Premier's office, so that we engage with the AG. And one of the reasons why we do not agree with AG on this finding in particular is because in all the other provinces, provinces, the Department of Health in other provinces, the AG has not used the same system that they have utilized in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So we have found that the province of KwaZulu-Natal is treated differently from how other provinces have been treated. For instance, Northwest Province utilized almost exact similar system as the one that has been utilized by the province of KwaZulu-Natal. In fact, they did not even go and get an expert advice on the matter. That's Northwest. They used a desktop approach, and AG did not have a problem with that. But when the province of KwaZulu-Natal uses the same system, it then becomes finding. So it's a process that has always been there, Chair. The only difference that we have now is that we then came to Scopa and actually gave details. We're more detailed than the last time. I think we are hearing members. You are saying to us, we must always give you details and be as detailed as possible. We will do that. I don't think we have a problem with that, Chair. We really must say that I don't think we were trying to hide anything previously. It's just that sometimes you never really know how much detail you can provide, how much you should not. But we take guidance, and I think we'll continue with that approach moving forward. On medical legal, Chair, we certainly, as a province, we cannot give more detail than what we have on the legal reform, because legal reform is something that is actually led at a national level. What we can only do is give you our part, our contribution or we can provide our contribution into the comments. But of course, we have a responsibility to speak to what we have done to ensure that our own medical legal is reduced, as Honorable Nkosi was speaking to that. And I think the team will certainly have to speak to that, because there has been some work that has been done. And part of the work that speak to reduction of medical legal is the introduction of the e-health system, because by ensuring that we have e-health system, it means all the files will be accessible at a click of a button, will not be lost, will not be stolen, and we ourselves will be able to defend, because sometimes other cases we are unable to defend as a Department of Health because first, we can't find the file. Sometimes, even when you do find the file, some of the pages that are relevant have been taken out of the file. But sometimes the file is there, it's just not readable anymore because it's just that old. So e-health is also what's going to assist us towards ensuring that we reduce our medical legal, but the team will speak to the other areas where we have contributed. On the issue of the CFO, Honorable Kaula, it really is a very difficult situation that the Department of Health is faced with. And Honorable Nkosi is correct. This particular post really, it's not even 3 times, Honorable Nkosi. We are going to 6 times now that we are advertising and re-advertising. Honorable members will remember that I think in the last financial year, I went to the portfolio committee and also requested that we headhunt because we really had been trying so many times. So these 3 are part of the headhunted pool that we were looking at. And when we were just about to move full steam with the processes, some of they then withdrew. Now, there are tangible areas where you can say, you know, why they are not happy or with the proposal. One of them is the matter that Honorable Nkosi was raising. It's level 15, Honorable Nkosi, but you find because of the condition where we say we are looking for a chartered accountant, they must now weigh, whoever we are looking at must weigh the income that they make in the private sector vis-a-vis, even our level 15, what notch, how much is it really worth their time to actually take this post. So those are some of the challenges that are tangible that we are faced with. But there's another soft issue that is on the side. The soft issue is the matter of the former CFO, who had taken the department to court. And just when we thought the matter had been resolved in court, there was a decision. He appeals. He keeps on taking us back to court. Now, remember, this is a professional sector. They know each other. there's a professionalism amongst themselves. And we find that sometimes some of their colleagues are not comfortable with getting into a space where there's no certainty. They're not sure whether when we appoint them, is it really going to be legal when the matter that is in court is now on appeal, and there's that back and forth. So that is a soft issue that is on the side that we are also continuing to try to deal with. Unfortunately, it's a matter that is outside of our hands, because once a matter goes to court and someone appeals, there's really not much you can do around that matter, but it's something that we are certainly working on. So yes, on the matter of the CFO, we are really struggling, but we are hoping this is the last time we are advertising or headhunting and having to speak to what we are doing about the recruitment process. The last point I wanted to speak to was the suggestion raised by Honorable Zulu in terms of management of the district, or in terms of responsibilities of district managers. I think we are noting the comment. It's a matter we are taking serious, and we will go back and make sure that maybe in some of the other responsibilities that district directors some of the responsibilities that take district directors out of the offices, we must reconsider where we put or we position those responsibilities, because it is correct that when you manage, you also manage your finances. So district directors need to be actually in the office for them to be able to do that. Chair, if I may just stop there and request the team to respond to all the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. HOD and your team.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think MEC has covered us with some of the questions. I want to start by stating openly here, Chairperson, that you raised the issue of the records management. And today we are happy that our MEC is not disowning us in front of you in terms of that, because she's not happy with us in terms of the speed at which we are moving in terms of improving this record management in the department, whatever system that we are trying to use. So we are doing something about it, but I think the speed at which we are moving is not one that is satisfactory, not only to the MEC, but to us as well. Chairperson, Honorable Kaula speaks of consequence management and going backwards with it. That in itself is what we definitely are doing. The reason we're able to speak to say how much irregular expenditure going backwards we are talking about up to 2009 is because we go deeper to try and investigate how did things come about. And when you come to that and you find that some records, as MEC says, are records that you cannot speak to, it then becomes difficult to say these people will be held responsible. Some have retired and all the things that come with that. But also you find a situation where we then say this irregular expenditure has happened, and we've discussed it with the AG and other bodies. I remember at some stage MEC argued with us, and we went to argue with AG that when you look at this, it's as if it's a new irregular expenditure, the way it gets to be put in the documents. And we then try to see how do we correct this, including the issues of condonation, where we are saying we cannot find some of the documents. So how do we agree? And the AG says, if you don't have documents, how do we agree? So we are finding ourselves in that. I think during the presentation, CFO did allude to the fact that we're having a meeting today with the AG. Among the things we want to discuss with them is how do we handle this matter? How do we handle the valuation of the assets? Because that's another thing, that if you've got assets whose documents are not available, how do you then disagree with the process that we're using? Even if we followed the processes, at least the two that you find in the PFMA, and then you're still told, no, we don't take that. So we're going to be discussing that, already starting to prepare for the outcome that Honorable Nkosi is speaking about. Maybe covering that, Honorable Nkosi, we are hoping for a softer landing. We have seen that our items that we were qualified on are fewer than what we've seen before. But we even thought this year we would be unqualified, the way we started to engage the AG, such that when Honorable Kaula say we were fighting with AG, is because we were saying, but guys, we were discussing these matters with you, and we thought we agreed here, we thought we agreed here. Why is now the outcome at this level? So this is what we also are doing now. I think that the issue of filling of CFO post has been covered by MEC. I'm not going to go into it. Consequence management, I think when CFO was saying we are going to be training people, the assumption that people are in a position and therefore know what they are doing is one that will make any organization fail, because at the end of the day, you need to be able to say this person is there, has been trained internally. We have gone to an extent of saying we must then develop our own document that is an induction and orientation document, which already is there. We just need to pass it by the correct processes and we start using it. But we are saying we're not going to be speaking to CEOs or heads of the institutions, but we want to speak to the head of the institution, the medical managers, systems managers, and all of them. Because things don't happen at the office of the CEO, but at a lower level. They must understand that when a GRN is not filled, what is the implication? What we've seen now is that they are using it, but sometimes you find gaps on the GRN. So that is why our training is going to be a continuous training, not that when we've trained, we are then done and we think it's going to be an ongoing process, more so because there is an element of attrition that comes with the situation that people come and go in any department. I think we're doing that. I think the issue of the internal audit was to a degree covered. We have the 21. We are looking also at the structure. Before, I think it was July 2019, the Premier called the department and he said, it seems head office is bloated. And from then on, we've been looking at how do we, compliant with all the rules, look at that and try to change it. So we're trying to change that, but making sure that one, there is capacity, but also there's capability at the lower level and all the other levels. So we're doing all these trainings and all the things we're doing with a view to improve this capacity and the capability at the same time. In this Office of Internal Audit and Internal Control, that is exactly what we are doing. I think we are on record having said that in some provinces smaller than us, there are more than 60 people sitting in these offices. But with us, we've been having few. Now, we've considered the fact that financially, we are not able to have all these, and therefore the 21 now, and we'll then be seeing how do we take the matter going forward. QIPs are there, and we have developed them. We are monitoring how they are being implemented. I think we've been asked the issue of the time frame. CEOs have responded already of the institutions that were checked by the AG. And in their responses, what we are now looking at is the first thing, why is this the CEO cannot be charged? If not the CEO, who? But what happened and what are the QIPs? So we're continuing to monitor that. So the time frame was 7 days. They have met that 7 days, and we're continuing then to monitor them with a view to say, going forward, what we want to improve is not just the audit outcome, but the effectiveness, the efficiency, and the quality of service that we bring, but also the documentation. So we're trying to do all this all together. Now, as you think of consequence management, I think it should not be looked at as how many people have you fired, how many people have you suspended, because in some instances, you may find that some of the things were mistakes that happened. Some of the things are things that just needed to be corrected here and there. So there must be that positive and negative consequence management. CFO will speak to the easy tool that we are looking at and how it is being monitored. The Adopt a Hospital process that we've started, it is yielding. We can make an example of a few hospitals that we've gone to. What we have said is that when we go to these hospitals, in fact, maybe we should declare that we copied from the MEC. MEC started something that she calls an operation bow, where all MENCO goes to a hospital and we go to different areas and we assist. But in this case, we said we're not going there to assist. We will go there and walk about with the management and the relevant people in that hospital and find the challenges and say, why have they happened? How do we correct them? And then we go back and do that. So that is what we're doing. And this Adopt a Hospital then says, when we have done that, the managers that have been allocated different hospitals will go and monitor that, because I think the monitoring and evaluation of the things that we're doing is one thing that we've not been doing very well. So we're trying to improve on that so that we rather find ourselves not repairing an already broken machine, but we service an existing machine before it gets to break down. So we're trying to look at things in that fashion. I think the e-health system is part of the system that we've spoken about, and we are looking at how do we quickly look at it. MEC has spoken to the matter of medical legal and it being at the level of the National Department of Health. But what are we doing as a province in terms of reducing the medical legal expenditure? The argument that we've raised with our legal office is medical legal expenditure that we incur is medical problems that have become legal problems. And therefore, how are we working at the medical level to make sure that they do not become problems? But when they become problems, how do we engage the families such that they don't see the need to go to court? If they have to go to court or they feel like there must be some compensation, how do we come to an agreement before we even reach big figures that will involve lawyers? So there is a strategy that has been developed and we are now working on it. We have centers of excellence that we've spoken to in this meeting, and we are also now saying when we budget, how do we ensure that it's just not centers of excellence with human resources but no equipment. So we are also upping our game. We could have moved faster, but because of resources, we could not do as much as we would like to. I think that's how much I would want to add on that. CFO will also add on the issue of the 236 and 237 a little bit, because we've asked that he also does that. May I stop at that, Chairperson? Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. CFO?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. So I'll also touch on a few that remain not responded to. I think firstly, the concern around our responses, I think this one came from Honorable Kaula, in terms of them being more forward-looking than actually attending to the matters that have already been identified and dealing with them to finality. I think it has been partially responded to by Honorable Nkosi in that indeed we are focusing on improving our outcomes in the current year or in the year-end audits that we are anticipating. But it does not necessarily mean we have completely ignored the issues that have been raised for prior periods. Emphasis being on the process that must actually be followed. With regard to irregular expenditure, for instance, the easy tool, yes, will at least assist in ensuring that we account for each and every transaction. but there are then processes in terms of the relevant National Treasury Instruction Note. In the assessment thereof, we need to identify which law or regulation has actually been contradicted or not actually met. But on top of that, as part of the determination processes, we need to then establish if was the losses incurred in the process. If so, who should then be held to account. So there are detailed steps that must actually be followed. And only after those steps have been followed, it then moves to being a labor relations matter in terms of the disciplinary processes and criminal case opened where that would actually be necessary. I agree that we are not moving with speed, but at least we now have a project plan, as I've indicated, that just under 60% already has been reviewed relative to expired contracts. So we know those transactions, they are actually part of the condonation requests that have actually, that in the past have been made to Treasury, but also for the current year. I did mention that the Loss Control Committee met in the beginning of this week, and we had issues that needed still to be tied up by relevant officials in the department. We are anticipating that we will be able to submit an additional request for condonations to Provincial Treasury before 31st of March. In alignment with the financial year, because we are indeed to ensure that there's that alignment. Again, that will then be disclosed as such in the relevant note to our annual financial statement. So I thought maybe let me just add that in our response. I will not, I think the issue of a perceived standoff with the AG, I think that has been adequately addressed by my HOD and Honorable MSc. Perhaps I'll go to well, I know I'm not entirely qualified to speak about the loopholes on medical, the tap that must actually be closed. But in our response, we did provide with a related policy that seeks to address exactly that. We know exactly which areas attract these claims, like the obstetrics and gynecology areas. And we also know as to actually what would have led to such omissions occurring. If it's equipment related, then that's quickly plugged. But the very functionality of our mortality morbidity committees at functional level as part of clinical governance, that is also adequately addressed in the strategy to deal with the medical legal claims. And I think there was a request for that to be shared, so that can then be shared accordingly. With regard to Resolution 236 on the sanitizer matter, I think just briefly, the matter is obviously around the price at which the sanitizers were procured versus the Treasury guideline in terms of what prices should have actually been used as a yardstick. Now, what makes this one unique, this very matter, is that there's just a day's difference in terms of timing. Actually, it would be a period of less than 24 hours in terms of the transaction being concluded today, but the relevant guidelines in terms of prices by National Treasury being promulgated the previous day. What further complicates it is the fact that the very price guideline by National Treasury was not communicated through proper channels, as in through our Provincial Treasury to us in writing, as it would have happened in the past on similar sort of guidelines that are provided. So that's basically where the impasse is. I think we do acknowledge that there is a difference in prices, but now the amendment of the Public Auditors Act in terms of the MIs themselves then suggests that recoveries must then happen, and so that's where the legal issue still remains that is actually being addressed through relevant senior councils that are being consulted. Resolution 237, I think one must just apologize in that it doesn't appear, our response doesn't appear in the actual slides, but it actually is covered in the Word version of the same responses. I think the next one that one perhaps will attend to is with regard to the concern around slide 66 on unauthorized expenditure. I think one noted the concern from Honorable Mlambo around what may be seen as we are just taking it lightly that because for instance, if we are saying in a particular period it was due to maintenance costs over or exceeding their allocated budget, as if and then we are saying, well, we are perceived as then saying, so we are then going to go forward as long as expenditure items are required for service delivery. We are not going to bother ourselves with the funding envelope. It's not entirely our intention, Honorable Mlambo. We do understand the definition in the true sense of the word PFMA. It's just that, just making an example of a medical legal claim that has been settled in court. If we don't pay,
Chair,
we're going to be charged interest. Sorry,
Chair. Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Mwango.
Yeah, Chair, just a correction. Honorable Mwango, not Mlambo.
Oh, sorry.
I think I have ignored first. Now I keep hearing Mlambo.
Okay, fine. It's Honorable Mwango.
Apologies indeed, Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable Member. Maybe I must refrain from just mentioning names and stick to my responses. So I was just proceeding to making an example of a medical legal claim that has gone through court processes and the court finds against the department and settles the matter, so we are then to pay. So if we do not pay, then it creates another problem in the sense that the very court settlement is going to attract penalties if not paid within the stipulated period that would have been part of the court settlement. And then, obviously, we are not able to fully fund these claims in the period, in the financial year. So there has always been pressures in that regard, just by way of making an example of. Then if we were to find fault against someone who would have paid or incurred that unauthorized expenditure, it then says we must go back to the very doctor that would have ill-treated our patients 10 years ago, because these cases are usually, they span over a period of 20 or 21 years per the very relevant guidelines. So it does carry those complications, but we do take the concern and we will closely ensure that indeed we are not found on the wrong side of the definition of the unauthorized expenditure. But obviously, where then there are processes that point towards to us implementing consequence management, that will be duly meted out accordingly. The concern around the easy tool and the capacity in terms of staff availability at institutional level versus their capability, I think I will agree to the fact that there are capacity constraints in our facility. And this is also historical in the sense that, especially for the so-called non-exempted posts, which are largely administrative, we have not been able to fill these posts in the department from 2015 due to lack of adequate funding. So that has then led to issues of capacity in our facilities, impacting on issues of segregation of duties and other related matters. Otherwise, those that are there in terms of being their capability in terms of being trained. The workshops indeed were conducted. You know, the name of the tool itself is easy, and not because it really doesn't require rocket science. You just follow it in terms of step by step and just select on drop down menus. Otherwise, the continued in-service training is embarked on, and if there are clarity seeking questions, those are addressed telephonically as we provide remote support to facilities from the head office side. The attention that was drawn to us, not necessarily forgetting about the additions and disposals for the current year in terms of ensuring that the fixed asset register is complete and accurate. We are indeed looking into those issues, and we are really hoping that we'll maintain that part of the unqualified audit opinion in that regard. I think the next one that one may need to speak to, whether facilities do understand the workings of the easy tool. I think I've addressed that. There is a difficult question asked on whether, with the implemented audit improvement strategy, what do we think is the outlook in terms of the current year's audit outcomes? We are very much positive. I think I'll say that. But secondly, one issue where we were found wanting on around the lack of implementation of the GRN actually deals with three qualification areas. It's the accruals, it's the payables not recognized, and it's the qualification that we then inherited because of these two on goods and services. So with this GRN being fully implemented in the current financial year, we are really hopeful that it actually is going to assist us in those three qualifications. So I think adding on to what my HOD said earlier, we do not want to regress. All we are looking forward is to us improving. So the number of qualification items this time around are known, therefore. So if we can have or just eliminate all of them, because that's the ideal, we would have then met our objective of actually improving. Okay, yeah, maybe I'll just punctuate myself at that, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, members, all areas have been covered. Obviously, we are going to have follow-up resolutions because, you know, some of it we'll want to interrogate. So I think let's hold it at that, if it's okay with members. MEC and your team, thank you very much. We will have some follow-ups, not necessarily calling you, but just for further clarification, and there's some information we would require. But thank you very much. I think the responses this time and the hearing is a much improved one to previous ones. Thank you. Okay. So we will close this hearing. Let me see. There is lunch available. Please help yourselves. Colleagues, the Premier is here and has been here for a while. So I think we should proceed with that hearing. And those of you who are feeling hungry or anything of the sort, you can skip out and have something to eat and come back. All right, but we'll continue. Welcome, colleagues. You can sit on that side of the venue. Tulani, everything's working, I hope.
Yes.
Otherwise, we'll be like dead meat. Yeah, I've been fine today. Yeah.
I just re-explained to the newcomers.
Yeah. Okay. Premier, how are you?
I've been here from 11:15.
Yes, my apologies.
Meeting, it's at 11.
Yes.
Now, I don't know how, because what I was going to do, because I had arranged another engagement.
No, it's fine. We'll release you. It's actually because health took very long.
So
Yeah.
I can
Yeah. Just make your opening remarks. It's fine. Okay, colleagues, Honorable Kaula, if you all just take your seats. I think the IT will just explain to the Office of the Premier and the Premier the arrangements. We're now in this age of technology, Honorable Premier. Tell Tulani to indicate when they're ready. Are you ready? Okay, while they're doing that, let me just welcome the Honorable Premier and your team. We must start with an apology. Initially you had said that you would be on the virtual platform, and we appreciate the fact that you have physically availed yourself and, have been here since 11:15. You were told 11 was the hearing. Unfortunately, our hearing with the Department of Health took much longer than expected. There were many issues to be covered. So we must apologize for that, Honorable Premier and your team. We also understand that the Premier was here and has another engagement. So we will excuse the Premier once he has made some opening remarks, and to express the fact that we appreciate your presence. It tells us that you take the responsibility to Scopa very seriously, and we do apologize for the delay. So I think without further ado, colleagues, let us open the hearing. Honorable Premier and your team, who we have with us, are members of Scopa, but we also have colleagues on the virtual platform. That would include portfolio committee members. We must welcome the chair, Scopa members, the Office of the Auditor General, the media, who would be with us as well, the legal representatives, and others. The hearing is also streamed live on the various platforms. So, the general public is aware of this as well. In terms of the agenda, we've done the opening and welcome. Apologies, we don't have any, except for Honorable de Klerk, who said he was not available, but has not sent us a substitute, Honorable Kaola. And in terms of the constitution of the meeting, we are quorate and duly constituted. What we'd request is that there be the taking of an oath or affirmation by by officials of the department to speak the truth. But perhaps we could do that after your opening remarks, Honorable Premier, because I understand there is a time constraint. So without further ado, let me hand over to the Premier to address us with some remarks.
Thank you. Thanks, Honorable Chair. My greetings to members of the Scopa, those who are here and those who are connected virtually. The team from the OTP, led by Dr. Ndlovu, DDG, Dr. Ndlovu, with the acting CFO. We take this opportunity to greet all of you, but also may I humbly present the apology from the Director General, who is not well and is on sick leave. We present her apology to you. Secondly, as you've indicated, we were planning to be here, and we're here early at 11. We were already here. But unfortunately, because of other commitments, we apologize that one will have to leave. But we remain, as the OTP, committed to clean governance and accountability, but also to ensure that we play our role as the coordinating department and also ensure effective monitoring of all government programs. In that, we also want to further recommit ourselves in ensuring that all resolutions that are coming from Scopa are implemented. We take that very serious and would want to ensure that we keep on improving on financial management, and there are a number of plans that we've put in place, including the audit improvement plan and including committees internally that we have set and established to ensure that we deal with issues of financial management in a way that help us to improve. Secondly, we'll continue to ensure that we play our role in ensuring that we conduct the work of the government in a professional way. We also know that we have to pay all service providers within 30-day period. We are improving on that. We will commit and continue to work to ensure that we adhere to all guidelines and principles of good governance. I'm sure that the performance of the last financial year was at least better, and I'm sure that that was noted by the Scopa as well, and we hope we will continue to improve from that. With those few words and no desire to keep long, I will wish to humble and sincere apologize, but commit that will continue to take the work of this committee serious. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. And we must say that we note the improvement and the diligence that your department is exercising over departments in the province. And we are appreciative of that. We do also have, I think, the Royal Household Trust, but we'll deal with that after the Office of the Premier's presentation. So let me hand over to the team that is here of officials. And if you can start by identifying yourself and taking an oath to speak the truth or an affirmation. Okay. And we will excuse the Honorable Premier. Thank you very much, Premier.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, I declare to speak the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Just please identify yourselves, for the purposes of the recording. Let's proceed.
This is Figile Ndlovu from the Office of the Premier. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Good day, Chairperson. My name is Sitembile Mieza, Acting CFO for the Office of the Premier. I declare to speak the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. My name is Sam Kuzwayo, the Chief of Staff in the Office of the Premier. I declare to speak the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings to Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Lennox Mabaso. I declare to speak nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Sbu Ngubane, and I swear to speak the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Okay. Without further ado, then let's go into the presentation by the department. There are 7, we'll start with the Office of the Premier. 7 resolutions, resolutions 137, colleagues, through to resolution 143, and they cover underspending of the budget, non-compliance with procurement and supply chain management prescripts, irregular expenditure, forensic investigations, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the Department of Public Works, the investigation into the accounting officer, forensic investigations by the Integrity Management Unit. And then there are 3 transversal resolutions. So let's proceed. If you can share your screen, then colleagues, we have received the responses. But if you do screen sharing, it'll be easier. And whoever is presenting, you don't need to read out the resolution, it will be there. Just deal with the responses. Assist.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have the presentation, which will be done by the acting CFO. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members, my colleagues from the Office of the Premier, the colleagues who are attending visually. I'll be doing the presentation. My name is Sitembile Mieza. I'm the acting CFO for the Office of the Premier. The purpose of this presentation is to provide the legislature with updated responses to Scopa resolutions on the hearings for 2020 audit reports by the Auditor General, as well as the progress on the implementation of the Audit Improvement Plan. We've already presented the Audit Improvement Plan on the 8th of October 2021, and the presentation is attached with the documents that we submitted for members. The department's audit outcome for 2020-2021 improved from unqualified audit an unqualified audit opinion with 7 material findings on compliance, 2 unqualified with only 2 material findings on compliance. And then those 2 material findings were on procurement, which was mainly on contract extension, not within the threshold, and expenditure management, which was the prevention of irregular expenditure. The action plans related to the above 2 findings have been developed, implemented, and we are currently implementing as per the attachment Annex B, which is the approved audit improvement plan for the department. The department disputed the above 2 findings in terms of materiality, and the dispute to the Auditor General was formally lodged with the AG National Office in September 2021. The official complaint, as I've said, was laid, and then it was twofold. Firstly, it was an unprofessional treatment received by the department during the draft audit reports dispute process, and the second part was the dispute in respect of the material findings, which were on contract management as well as irregular expenditure. The Office of the Premier has contested the above-mentioned findings in terms of the formal complaint resolution mechanism, and it is currently awaiting a resolution from the Office of the Auditor General. Resolution 137, which was non-compliance with procurement and contract management prescripts. As I've said, the details are on the responses that we have provided for the members, but in terms of the summary, the challenges, it was mainly with the non-effective communication of contract information within the department, and this matter has been addressed by the appointment of the Deputy Director, who is responsible for supervising the contract management function in the department. We have also done 7 circulars, which was distributed to the entire department and to the relevant contract owners to address the findings. And we have also done the working paper document, which we use as an internal control measure to monitor payments, identify termination dates, and record communications within the contract units and the owners. Currently, this item is marked as implemented and completed on the audit improvement plan. Resolution 138 on the irregular expenditure. It should be noted that the prior year irregular expenditure was 93 million for 1920, and we managed to reduce this to 10 million in 2020-21, and a further significant reduction has been noticed for the current year. This reduction is due to the prevention measures that we have put in place in order to prevent and to avoid irregular expenditure, and the internal control measures implemented to address the audit findings and prevent the recurrence have proven to be highly effective in the department, as we are seeing the reduction in the current year. The department has gathered the relevant information relating to the 10.85 million for 2020-21 that was reported in the financial year, and we are close to finalizing now the particulars of non-compliance, and we're also identifying any losses which have been incurred for this transaction. And the determination test for this exercise was finalized on the 31st of January 2022. To date, we have submitted 11 submissions to Provincial Treasury for condonation for coordination of irregular expenditure amounting to 274 million. And on the 29th of December 2020, we received the outcome of three submissions where Provincial Treasury has finalized the evaluations. The status of the 11 condonation submissions submitted to Provincial Treasury relating to the irregular expenditure amounting to 274 is detailed in Annex C of the information that we have provided for the members. Honorable Chair, the employees were identified as well who were responsible for the irregular expenditure. We have issued counseling letters to these identified employees, and we are also providing training on regular basis where we see there are still gaps within the understanding of the compliance processes of procurement. The evidence of consequence management and improvement measures put in place has also been submitted to Provincial Treasury with the condonation submissions. In the determination test exercise, we have established that we did not incur any losses because there was value for money for all those transactions. It was just a matter where some of the processes were not followed for the procurement processes. For the transactions that are under forensic investigations, we are still waiting for the reports, and the recommendations of the reports will be fully implemented. Chairperson, Resolution 139, which relates to the underspending of the budget. This is 47 million for the department. It was mainly for the software upgrades as well as tools of trade, because you will remember that when there was lockdown, there was a need for the department to provide tools of trade for staff members. But then because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we had a challenge of supply of equipment in the country, so those equipment could not be delivered within the financial year. But the equipment has been delivered and the payment has been made. After we could see that we could not use the money in that financial year due to underspending because it was not delivered. The department did the reprioritization because the rollover of funds was not approved by Provincial Treasury in order for us to be able to meet the needs that we have committed. Also, there was a digital transformation strategy budget for 35 million. It is currently underway, and we are paying those amounts which relate to it, including the e-leave, e-submission, bursary management tools, which we are using as department as part of the transformation strategy. The OTP has
Chairperson? Sorry, Chairperson.
Nongo?
Yes, thanks, Chairperson. Through you, I'm sorry to disturb ATCFO. I'm trying to get Annex C that she kept referring to. I can't find them on my document. Maybe I missed.
Annex C, it should be part of the documents that were emailed.
There's A, B, no B2, but there's no C.
Annex C, Chairperson, is
it not? Well, I'm not looking at my documents yet. Can someone please check? Okay, just Kabo, can you email to Honorable Nwango? Let's see, Kabo email to you. Continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have also paid 21 million in terms of the Microsoft Enterprise Agreement in terms of for licensing for the department, and we have already started phase 2 of tools of trade. The equipment will be received in this financial year and will also be able to pay in this financial year. We have also procured the GIS license for special mapping with a cost of 6 million, which is part of the budget, which is for 35 million for transformation strategy.
Sorry, Chair. Can she email to all of us?
Yes, Honorable Kaliza. Okay, fine. Because I'm also looking at my file now and I see I've got Annex B. Yeah. Okay, Annex C, I think we don't have CFO.
Chairperson, the Annex C are all the responses that we submitted on the 31st of January, the responses, the detailed responses to the members.
Okay, it was sent a long time ago, but Cabo will resend. Okay, but read, CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members, and apologies for that inconvenience. Resolution 140 which is on the forensic investigations. Also, the details are on the responses, which is Annexure C, that was submitted on the 31st of January, with the nature of the allegations and the amounts involved. The information is not projected here because it's all on the responses, detailed responses. In summary, there were 12 investigations, 8 have been completed, and 4 are still in progress. And I'm hoping that the Honourable Chairperson and members will have access to the detailed responses that we have provided. Resolution 141, which is on fruitless and wasteful expenditure for 103,000. This amount was identified by Auditor General during the audit in Forensic Reports AC01 2018. The Public Service Commission conducted an investigation on the same matter, and they came up to the same conclusions as the internal investigations. The recommendations of the Public Service Commission have been implemented. The recommendations specified in the Public Service Commission's investigation reports indicated that corrective measures must be taken against the responsible official who was identified in the report. Legal advice was also sought internally to determine the most appropriate corrective measure to implement, taking into consideration the time that has elapsed since the incident, as well as the various labor relations matters. Based on the legal advice, an informal disciplinary process was followed, and the responsible official was issued a written warning. For the prior year, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the prior years, it was totaled 576,000, and this largely relates to the expenditure that was incurred by then the Department of Royal Household, which was transferred into the financial records of the Office of the Premier. This fruitless and wasteful expenditure was as a result of 2 employees who continued to earn salaries while they were no longer in service for the Royal Household. The investigation has revealed that one of the 2 has passed on while the other official has retired. We have been having serious challenging in recovering some of the critical documents in order to determine or evaluate and assess where the department's officials performed their duties and responsibilities as required. These are the documents that we are struggling to get hold of, which is employee personal files, departmental headcount records between 2008 and 2014, attendance registers, pay point payroll reports, and termination policies and SOPs for the Department of Royal Household. The breakdown in the internal control environment that resulted in the salary overpayment took place at the then Department of Royal Household. Currently, the Office of the Premier has adequate measures in place to prevent early detection of salary overpayments. The effectiveness of this control is evidenced by the fact that the Office of the Premier has not incurred any fruitless and wasteful expenditure of this nature. Resolution 142, Chairperson and Honourable Members. This is the investigation relating to the accounting officer of the Department of Public Works. The investigation in terms of the accounting officer for the Public Works was completed. An employer representative was appointed and the disciplinary process commenced. But unfortunately, there has been points in limine that have been raised at the commencement of the disciplinary hearings, and the presiding officer ruled in favor of the employer party, and the accounting officer and his legal representative had made an application to labour courts for the review of the decision on the point of in limine. The matter is currently ongoing. Chairperson, Resolution 143 on forensic investigations undertaken by the Integrity Management Unit of the Office of the Premier. A detailed report, once again, is provided under the responses that we have submitted to the honorable members on the 31st of January 2020. It details the forensic investigations with the date of commencement and the completion of each investigation per department, the FR number of each investigation, the nature of the investigation or allegations, and the amounts involved. The report also highlights the findings and recommendation on all the completed reports, investigation, and the dates of the handing over of the report to the department concerned, as well as the challenges experienced in finalizing the investigations and steps taken to address these challenges. As at the 1st of October 2020, the unit has had 78 investigations that were still in progress. And then during the end of Q3, a total of 5 allegations were received for the investigation. 7 reports were finalized and issued to the provincial departments, and a balance of 76 investigations remained in progress. Chairperson and honorable members, the resolution 290 on filling of critical posts. There were 26 posts that were approved by the Provincial Treasury for filling within the Office of the Premier. Of the 26, 1 is awaiting headhunting. 1 post is on hold as a result of a grievance from the previous process. 5 are currently awaiting approval of structure by DPSA. 2 were advertised on the 27th of Feb 2022. 2 are being held in abeyance due to the branch administration support model. 4 advertisements have closed and posts are in various internal stages of recruitment process. 11 have been filled. On the 10th of December 2021, Provincial Treasury approved a further 10 posts of 11 that was originally requested, and all the 10 posts that were approved by Provincial Treasury were advertised on the 27th of Feb 2020. The time taken to fill the post is approximately 6 months. DPSA directs that post must be filled within 6 to 12 months. Chairperson and members, Resolution 291, compliance with HRM matters, the signing of performance agreements. Only 1 SMS member performance agreement that is outstanding, and it's because the official was appointed from the 1st of January 2020, and we have up until the 31st of March to complete the performance agreement. Verification of qualifications. Honorable Chairperson and members, the qualifications of 58 SMS members out of the total of 63 members have been verified. The remaining 5 have been submitted to SACA, for whom a response is awaited. Disclosure of financial interest. All SMS members submitted their financial interest. The department have conducted investigations where there were discrepancies that were identified by PSC, and further provided a report on the investigation to PSC on the 28th of July 2021, which closed the matter where there were gaps. Security vetting. The total number of employees that are eligible for vetting is 127. This number, however, is constantly affected by recruitment processes, natural attrition, and the other internal staff movements. 95 employees have been vetted, and state security is still in progress of vetting the remainder of 32 employees. The expected date for finalization of the remaining 32 employees is March 2022. Resolution 292, Chairperson and honorable members, on officials doing business with the state. A detailed report is on Annex C relating to officials doing business with the state, in terms of the steps taken to monitor compliance, where the CSD is checked for verification, and steps taken to implement consequence management. During the procurement process, SCM ensures that central supply database is checked for verification where the suppliers are not officials or states before work or contracts are awarded. The department received only one report from the Auditor General implicating one official who had allegedly did business with the national department. An inquiry was initiated. The employee had denied doing business with the state, and the procurement documents have been sourced from the national department. The employee opted to also resign from the company as it registered under CSD. The inquiry was also to be finalized by Feb 2020. Chairperson and honorable members, it is recommended that Scopa notes the consolidated presentation on resolutions from the audit outcomes for 2020 financial year, as well as progress on the implementation of the audit improvement plan. Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members.
Thank you very much, CFO. Colleagues, let me open to members for questions, comments, clarification. Are you covered? Are you okay? Honorable Kaula? Honorable Nkosi, Honorable Kaliza, Honorable Zulu, Honorable Mwango, in that order. I'm not sure if there's anyone on the virtual platform. I don't see any hands. Okay, let's take it in that order.
No, thank you, Chair. Honorable Premier, colleagues, and DDG and your team. I'm not going to deliver a speech, Honorable Mwango. Just two issues, Chair. Two issues which are not necessarily in the presentation, but they link to the oversight role of the OTP. One is the issue of the investigations, where we have a big problem, DDG. Departments come here and report to us that there are delays on your side because the investigations have relocated from finance to yourself. Now, when we try to jacker them here with sticks, they point the fingers to you. They say they are waiting for you, and it's causing a huge problem to us at Scopa. Because when they say that you are not here, so we cannot verify with you. If you can look into the issues of capacity and also issues of speeding up whatever backlog you might be having with the investigations pertaining to the departments in your oversight role over the whole of government. And two, the other issue again that is causing us problems is the issue of delays in approvals for them when they've got vacancies. They come here, we also do the same, we have our sticks, we try to pursue them in respect of the vacancies that have been there for ages, and they tell us they are waiting for approvals from your side. In fact, there would even be insinuations of sabotage in some instances. Some of them feeling that they are being sabotaged because of the vacancies that have been there. They have applied. They can't even perform their duties to the best of their ability because they are being crippled by the fact that OTP is not granting them permission to fill the vacancies. Can those two issues receive your attention at OTP? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Kaula, Honorable Kaliza.
Thank you, Slalo. The first one that which came up yesterday, Honorable Chair, Honorable Kaula has covered me on that one. I just want to hear, because I might have missed it, in the issue where the under fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where the two officials were paid while they were no longer under the department, working in the department or in the royal household. I didn't hear the consequence management, who was held responsible after that. Because someone was paying those employees or was paying those former employees. Someone was paying them. So I believe someone has to face music there. I didn't hear that one. Thank you, Esther.
Lisa, is that the only issue you were raising?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
The
Thank
other
you.
one, I said I'm covered.
All right. Honorable Zulu.
Thanks, Chair. I won't be long. Just two issues that I wish to raise. Let me welcome and commend glaringly the effective effort for the Office of the Premier in keeping the irregular expenditure. I think this is a result of the most effectiveness of the work that we have done so far. But when you look at it, you can see that the irregular spending has been reducted. There's a reduction of almost 92%, which is of course positive for the Office of the Premier. But then, when can the Office of the Premier report the causes, the genesis, the solutions in identifying those culprits who were responsible for that 10 million rand, which was their irregular expenditure? And how did these 10 million sift through such good internal systems that you have in place? I think, therefore, one needs to comment, therefore, that the leadership that you have, of course, will have some good positive responses in terms of ensuring that this irregular expenditure doesn't happen again. Then the second one is a resolution 141 of 2021. We welcome the fact that measures are now in place to cap that salary overpayments that was made. However, what can the department therefore report to us in terms of actions taken to recoup and recover those funds or those salary overpayments that did take place? These are just two critical items that I wish to raise, Chair. Thanks.
Zulu. Honorable Nwango.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to colleagues again and OTP staff and the Premier in his absentia. Chair, my first question, just a clarity, maybe it's just the English is failing me on slide 7 on the issue of irregular expenditure. It talks to employees who have been identified to be responsible for irregular expenditure. It says they were issued with counseling letters. If maybe they can clarify to me what counseling means in terms of consequence management. And secondly, the second question, I think slide 10, Chair, where it talks the last line again on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It says there has been informal disciplinary process. It has been followed. And then the responsible officials was issued with written warning. Can they explain to me what is informal disciplinary process? Mhlawumbe ithi masehlathini phasi kwesihlahla saze nje mhlawumbe ukuthi iqonde ukuthini uma uthi informal disciplinary process. Lastly, Chair, I think slide 11 on the issue of 2 employees. I understand ukuthi it's a long issue coming from Royal Household Department, but I'm not sure whether by saying there are serious challenges in recovering critical documents, are you then saying it then make it impossible to recover? Because I understand if one have passed on, as you are saying, my understanding is when someone passed on doesn't mean all debt are cleared. You know, if you owe someone, you owe someone, still get recovered somehow. Now, there's obligation, for example, from someone's estate to pay all debts. But obviously, if you are saying there are no documents, are you then suggesting that in any way, in any event, you will never able to recover because you can't prove anything because credit document can't be sourced? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Nongo. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. 4 great R questions that I want to pose, Dr. Ndlovu and the whole team. The first one is in relation to overall irregular expenditure. I wanted to find out if you have submitted all of them, including those that are prior the year under review, to the Provincial Treasury for condonation. I can't remember. We should have posed that question when we dealt with you in October 2021. I can't remember. But I felt that because I wanted that thing of the irregular expenditure in the whole province of KZN, whether it is the one of 1994 to date, to be cleared. That's why I'm posing that particular question. The second one is what is confusing me, as it confused Honorable Mwango. I have never heard of this phrase of cancelling letters, legally speaking. I wanted to be clarified, what does it mean, and why are you using the mild language for people who incur irregular expenditure, because it arose in the context of irregular expenditure. We know in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, irregular expenditure must be prevented. That's why it points to the head of the administration to be responsible for that, in your case, the Director General. That's the second question that I wanted to be clarified, hoping that if you can't educate us with the legal argument, that we refrain from using that language because it's too mild. You are either issued with the warning letters or whatever. That cancelling letter in the context, I don't understand. No, I'm a bush lawyer and a former trade unionist. I've never heard that whenever I was representing workers. The third one is around the Honorable Kaula raised it, but he used the capacity. Myself, I want to be straightforward. Have you filled all the vacant posts that exist in the forensic unit so that they are capacitated to deal with investigations in the context of what Honorable Kaula raised? A number of departments that we have met from yesterday, they are pointing fingers at that particular unit, that it is not speeding up investigations. But we know ourselves as the Standing Committee on Public Accounts is that that unit is not fully staffed. And then there was that outstanding thing. I think we raised it in October. That's why we want the update as far as that is concerned. The last one, just for confirmation, all great are questions, and the context will be understood by the Chief of Staff and Nomshana lapha ekugcineni will understand the context. I want to find out as to whether you are going to get the clean audit come the audit of 2021, 2022. The context is, personally, I don't believe that a department that has got a mere less than $1 billion budget that is failing to account at such a point that it gets the clean audit. I wanted to pose this question in the presence of the Prim. I was deliberate. I don't know whether you will be able to give me the satisfactory answer as far as that is concerned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Nkosi, and members, all of you asking your incisive questions as usual. I just have a few. One is, I stand to be corrected here, but it seems to me, colleagues, that there's a change in structure in the Office of the Premier. I had understood that the internal audit function was transferred to Office of the Premier, and it became the PIAS, Provincial Investigations, and that unit. But when I look at the responses, and I could be mistaken, and I'm sure the acting HOD and the CFO will correct me on this, it seems to me, if you look at Resolution 143 of 2021, Forensic Investigations by Integrity Management Unit, right? It seems, and it makes reference there to the fact that the Integrity Management Unit seems to have taken over from PIAS regarding allegations of fraud and corruption, financial mismanagement, irregularities, and maladministration in the province. That's the first thing. So, Integrity Management Unit. Then, in Annexure B, you get reference to the Forensic Investigation Services Unit with the IMU and Forensic Investigations Directorate of the Office of the Premier. So I want some clarity about what is the structure conducting investigations in the Office of the Premier, right? Is it this Forensic Investigation Services Unit that is within the Integrity Management and Forensic Investigations Directorate, because that's the heading there? Or is there an Integrity Management Unit that has taken over from PIAS, or does PIAS still exist? So that's my question around that one, and that's Resolution 143, right? Then what I'd also want to commend the department is your drop in irregular expenditure, because it really is very, very good. You've clearly been able to bring that down, and the decrease from 93.35 million in 1920 to 10.85 million in 2021 is very good. What I'd like to know is, have you completed your determination tests? Because I think there was about 18% or 16% that was outstanding in January. Is this now done? And those 11 submissions, have you added to them and completed them? And then we understand that your underspending was due to delays in the software upgrades. You didn't receive a rollover for it, but you are also saying that you don't anticipate further underspending. Okay, I'll stop there for now. Hand over to the department.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you very much for the questions. I will try at a high level to provide some of the responses, and then my colleagues would also assist, both from the acting CFO, the DDG, Gubane, responsible for, there were quite a lot of questions on HR, and CFO in terms of the financial side, and also my colleagues who are online can also try and assist us to add on the issue of forensic and integrity management that has been asked. Overall, Honorable Chair, I do want to indicate the point that was raised on the issues that we have to take cognizance of as the Office of the Premier. around the departments in terms of the challenges that we are having on the two areas that were implicated. I do want to admit, I think the honorable members are aware that there were challenges from a capacity point in terms of the forensic unit, and the office was attending to those. And we can report that 2 of the director posts have been filled as part of attending to the matter of the capacity. But I would also like to indicate that the challenges they face are really multifaceted. So it's not an issue of also capacity only. There are other challenges that are related to investigations themselves that would cause the delay, not necessarily to sabotage any department. And on that point, honorable members, colleagues may add, but it might be important to bring a fuller report with a better understanding of saying what, because there are quite many, ranging from issues of trying to get the witnesses, the whistleblower coming back. Those things would delay the investigations. So I would request that the members would have a better insight if those are brought as full. But the colleagues, my colleagues can also indicate. So I've indicated on the appointment of the 2, they were appointed in January and February, and it's one of the things that we believe will fast track some of the areas that are beyond us. The other vacant posts would be, we're still in the process of looking at the critical posts. Remember, we are looking at the finances that we'll be looking at. So they are not necessarily all have been filled, but starting at a senior management level, that has been done. I will not go through the rest of the other challenges that I was raising, but I think it will be good for us to come back and really raise some of the things that are causing challenges. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure with the consequence management. I would ask my colleagues who are here to assist us, especially around the issue of the royal household, who were paid, because that was way before the department came to try and keep that. I do want to attend to a question around clarity on counseling letter. DDG Ngubane, you'll probably take that, but at a broader level, I think it's what we would term counseling session as part of the disciplinary process. But these ones, I think the report is not indicating. These were the old prior years ones, where from a legal point, there was a legal advice that we received as the department to say they were so old that if we went, I think, for a full disciplinary process from an employment point of view, we were not going to be able to, because they had, I'm not sure what's the word they use, but it's the word that means they've been done, they were prior years. It's not the current years that we are in. Those ones have they are taking different processes, but my colleagues would unpack that. So the counseling letter just outlines the discipline process that happened between an employee and a supervisor to go through what they've done, discipline them, but also add training as part of saying you are not expected to be doing this thing, and it's captured then in the what we term a letter, as to show that the sessions have been done and they have been reprimanded, even though they were done in the prior years. The questions around internal audit and clean audit, I'll leave it to the CFO to answer. I will then request my colleagues to acting CFO, DDG, and if colleague online would also take in on the forensic. Thank you.
If there's anyone online who wants to also add to the response, kindly indicate by raising your hand, then we'll recognize you. But in the meantime, the team here.
Honorable Chairperson and members, I will first attend to the issue of irregular expenditure. We had 334 for the previous years, and we had 10 million for 2020, 2021 financial year. In terms of the previous years, as we have mentioned on the presentation, we have submitted 274 in terms of the 11 submissions that we've done. And from from December up until to date, we had a target of completing all the balance from the previous years as well as the current year. As we have noted on our presentation, that we have finished the determination test, and now we are currently preparing the final submission to Provincial Treasury that will go before the end of the financial year for condonation. And then in terms of the 10.85 million, to answer that question, how did we not achieve not incurring the 10 million? Unfortunately, there were transactions and contracts which were already committed in previous years, but which was continuing to happen in 2020, 2021. So just because of that, we needed to report as irregular expenditure, but it was the contracts which were signed in previous years, and those contracts were irregular. So we needed to report as irregular. And on the audit report, you will note that the irregular expenditure for the Office of the Premier that could be prevented was only 800,000. And that is why we are saying we are actually disputing even the materiality of that to the Office of the Auditor General, because it was the contracts which were extended during the core level 5 lockdown, actually on the 1st of April, where we were starting the process of procuring for those contracts, and we couldn't do anything. It was beyond our control, and that is the only 800,000 which you could not prevent. The other balance from 10 million, it was from the previous contracts. We couldn't do anything about them. In terms of, just to add on the counseling letters that we are issuing, when we are doing a determination test, we also assess if there was fraud involved during the transaction. Where we can identify that there was no fraudulent activities, there were no losses to the department, the services were received, and there was value for money for the service. It was just a matter of maybe the small thing was overlooked in terms of the processes, or maybe the staff member was not trained enough to understand the SCM processes. Maybe, just for example, the order was issued to a non-tax compliant supplier, but the service was delivered. That is where we get to be a bit lenient and issue counseling letters, do training, and do warn them to say, we are not expecting you to be doing the same transaction. So that is how we are issuing counseling letters to some of the staff members who are culprits and for the irregular expenditure. In terms of the clean audit, Chairperson, even last year, 2020, 2021, we were pushing for getting a clean audit for the Office of the Premier. But unfortunately, because of the misunderstandings that we had with the Auditor General, something that we have contested with them, and they're still, we haven't received any response in terms of why we actually didn't get the clean audit for last year. So this time around, we are putting the same efforts, if not more, that we did in the previous year, and we do hope that we will achieve clean audit. I think I have covered the items that are related to finance. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thanks. Acting CFO is Mr. Ngubane.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once more, Chairperson. I think just a few issues on my part. The first one is around the delays that department often blame the Office of the Premier. I think indeed there is a process that is has to unfold if a department seeks to fill a post, a vacant funded post, which includes submission to Treasury, but also to the Premier. And I can indicate, Chairperson, that the Premier does prioritize all matters in relation to the filling of posts. We have had in the past, and we did raise that with the department, because we did hear that there was that excuse and the blame to the Premier. We do prioritize them. What I think we'll just need to do is really to encourage department, and I think Chair will continue doing so, to encourage them to do prior planning, so that for all of the exercise around the filling of posts, there is prior planning. As soon as the post becomes vacant, efforts are underway to take them through the necessary processes, so that we don't say now, at the last minute, then you still need to subject it to this process. It's then that you feel that it is as if there's delay. But from the Premier, we do prioritize all of the post from the departments. In terms of the informal discipline process, this is really, in this context, we're really referring to where, if, for instance, it would not be necessary to launch an investigation, set up a committee, a disciplinary committee, and the chairperson and all of that, and an investigator. That's what we are referring to if we're talking about in the context that, in this case, warning letters were issued. We're referring to that in that context. I think the issue of the counseling, my colleagues have really well dealt with it. Safe to add, also from the legal point of view, that because most of them, when we analyzed, they were dating back to prior years. And we did identify some loopholes ourselves as we were dealing with this process, and hence we felt that because some who were directly responsible had even left the system. So we dealt with those. So it is in that context that we really then thought that's the counseling letters will be best for those. But going forward, we are now instituting even a tighter disciplinary process and all of that. For the post in the forensic investigation unit, not all of them have been filled, Chairperson. And I think we are trying to prioritize those posts. We are aware of the capacity constraints in those. And I think we will continue as the Premier to prioritize the filling of those posts in the forensic. So I can confirm that not all of them have been filled, but I think we've had also the issue that has been raised here around some of the delays and the impact thereof. I think my colleague, Jasanta from the Chief Director in the Forensic Investigation is online, Chairperson, if we may allow her to talk to the issues around the issues of the forensic investigation and bias. Thank you very much.
Ngubane, Jasanta, I see you are online.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just with regards to your query, I think I'd just start first in terms of PIAS and the forensic unit. I think just as a background, when the forensic unit was at Provincial Treasury, it was housed under the Provincial Internal Audit Services Directorate. Now, within that directorate, it consisted of the assurance unit, the risk unit, as well as the forensics unit. Now, in line with the Premier's Note 2 of 2020, only the forensic unit was transferred from the Provincial Treasury over to the Office of the Premier. So the other two units, directorates, which was the assurance and the risk, remained within Provincial Treasury and are still housed within the Directorate, Provincial Internal Audit Services, which is your acronym for PIAS. In terms of the Forensic Investigations Unit, Chair, we are within the Integrity Management Directorate. Now, within Integrity Management Directorate, and the acronym for that is the IMFU, which you queried earlier on, it consists of various directorates. It's the Security Directorate, within IFMU, it's the Forensic Investigations Unit, it's the Service Delivery Complaints Unit, Service Delivery Improvements Unit, the Anti-Fraud and Corruption Unit, as well as the Ombudsperson. So just to cut a long story short, within IMFU, forensics is one of the 5 directorates that are within that directorate. And Chair, with regards to the delays on investigations, I think on a quarterly basis, the unit does report back to the ad hoc committee on investigations, and we do present our report. There is, in terms of Annexure C, which the acting CFO has alluded to earlier on, challenges where we are experiencing on investigations are listed under the comments columns. Whilst the members have noted the capacity constraints as well, there are also other challenges in terms of departments not providing information on time for us to investigate, and where there's a lack of whistleblowers and officials who avail themselves for interviews. So as the DDG and Lover has mentioned earlier, should Scopa require us to submit a more detailed report in terms of the exact challenges that are being faced by the unit, we are happy to do that as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Jasantha. I think that helps a lot, because I tell you, I was trying to get my head around the various names of what was being done where. All right, so they're all within the Integrity, Forensic and Management Unit. Right, fine. Colleagues, are you covered? Are there any other matters that Honourable Nwango?
Chair, thank you, Chair. I hear the responses, Chair. Just a follow up. Because initially I was asking the explanation of the word counseling letters. From the explanation given to us now, does it mean no one was ever held accountable? Because there are 2 words now, counseling letters and informal disciplinary. So meaning there's no official having been found to be on the wrong side of what they were expected to do based on their responses. And also the clarity is how many years you go backwards before you can say you can hold an employee accountable, because they are saying some activities that happened a while ago. A while ago can be 6 months, can be 10 years, depending on a context. Now, can I get the clarity? How long you go backwards? Because I'm just not sure that we can just use such measures to say, just because it's been 2 years now, let's just ignore it. So more like we're massaging people by sending a counseling letter, because the wording now is being clarified. But to me, it's more of a soft way of saying no one can be held accountable. Just send a counseling letter. So you massage you for occurring regular expenditure as an employee. I've got a problem with that definition. Thanks.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, Honourable Mongo. The discretion would be with the management in terms of how they deal with discipline. But I'm also suggesting that if you feel they must explain about the prescription, because there is an issue of prescription in terms of cost recovery. But I think also this might be something to be discussed within the portfolio committee as well. But let me hand over to the department.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think, Honourable Chair, we would want to clarify, it's not everyone who received the counselling letters. There are people in the department that have been disciplined. We've got people who've been suspended, some suspended without pay, and some of the cases you would know that they are in courts, people have been handed over. So I think we do need to probably give a bit of an out. The counseling letters, most of them were on those cases that were in the prior years. Our prior years, when we were doing from a legal perspective, were those which started in, they go as back as 2009, 10, up to 2017 when we started to do this exercise. So I do believe, Honourable Chair, the best thing would be to outline. It's not everybody that got the counselling letter. It has to do with the severity. When we do the investigation, then it does come out. The severity counts, the amount counts, and then the type of then discipline and the range in the disciplinary process, as you are aware, will start from counseling, where you sit down, you still reprimand the employee, you still ensure that they understand that what they did was wrong, and also couple that with training so that when subsequently they continue, you are able to prove that you've trained them, you've told them, you've reprimanded them. So those will be the cases where you find that also there was no a negative effect in terms of the department on the delivery of the service that happened. But most of them were on the prior years. On the years that we are now, prior years, as I was indicating, it was 2017 all the way backwards. And also we use that exercise to also try and train everyone in the department so that we could then in the subsequent years, we were able then to discipline people. And there are definitely reports on that. And there are people, as I'm indicating, who have even been suspended without pay. So it hasn't been just as easy as the colleagues are saying. The honorable members are raising. I think we are taking it quite serious, and we do want to raise that the adoption also of the consequence management framework by the province has also assisted in terms of ensuring that the approach is the same, because there's also that issue of saying when we approach this across the province, we need to be clear that we are well guided. So that framework is also assisting in ensuring that the issues and the severity is being taken as it is required. The other question that I did think we may need to just come back is the issue of the Department of the Royal Household, which was quite old. I think the honorable members will note that the issue of documents are important, because if you are then going to take the employee in terms of what has transpired, you need the evidence to be able to use it. And otherwise, if you go in just from the point without that evidence, then you are really not addressing, and you'll have a challenge from a labor perspective. So I think getting those documents have been difficult, and the honorable members will note that was way before in 2014, and the department was not in OTP at that stage. So that is why we are raising that in OTP that has not happened, because from a control perspective, we have proper controls to be able to address the issue that has been raised. And ensure that we don't pay people that are not, that should not be paid in terms of the question. I think I will answer like that, and I'm not sure if I missed anything, DDG Ngubane, but that is how I'll summarize. Thank you.
No, I think it's fine. It's covered. I think some of this can bear further discussion within the portfolio committee as well, Honorable Mongo. Okay, colleagues, are there any other matters? Because I think we are covered here. And I think, you know, generally there has been, the responses have been reasonably received. We're hoping that, you know, the Premier's office would lead by example and get that clean audit. So those disputes that you have with the Office of the Auditor General, hopefully they are resolved and not carried into the year under audit, because then it becomes a problem. So I think we need to push with that. Fortunately, we also have the AG online. So, you know, the concerns will be reflected as well. I think with that, colleagues, let us close this hearing with the Office of the Premier, because I think we've covered all the issues. We are joined by the Royal Household Trust. So, and really there are very few issues there with the entity, but we have received responses which have been circulated to you. So let me welcome the representative from the Royal Household Trust and ask you to take us through the responses. First, an oath or affirmation to speak the truth, and then we can go into the responses. Can IT assist with the sharing of the screen? Yes, name. I swear to speak the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. Or okay. Name. I hereby affirm to speak the truth.
Chairperson, can we get the responses, please? We don't have it now.
For part of what Cabo emailed to you, it's with the responses that have come. But Cabo, can you send it again? But they were sent to you. They were submitted by the Office of the Premier. They're not separate, but it's one-page document, I know, because I received it as well. Okay, sorted. Okay, can we continue?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to the honorable members. If I may take the oath, I swear to speak the truth, only the truth. My name is Scopa Pfma. I'm the CFO of the Zulu Royal House Trust. Thank you.
Honorable Kaula, are you misbehaving? Okay, you can carry on. Just share your screen with us, please, okay? The resolutions are resolutions 144, 145, and then the three transversal ones that and you've responded to all of them. So just take us through that. Colleagues, if you look at resolutions 144, 145, those are the resolutions of the Royal Household Trust, but they are on a letterhead.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable, which one?
Can we get, Honorable yeah, can we get assistance, because both myself and Honorable Zulu here, we can't open this file on our gadget. I've been trying to open it here, it doesn't open, and he also can't open it.
Okay, we'll just get Cabo to email. All right, fine. Meantime, you can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairpersons, and greetings to honorable members once more. I will just go through to our responses that were submitted. I will start with the resolution 144 of 2020-21, which relates to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, this fruitless and wasteful expenditure actually relates to Eskom account. Eskom found that there were no records of the electricity supply for the Lindizulu Palace, and also there was no agreement. So they loaded the account on their system, and they billed us They billed us in 2020 back to 2017, and due to budget constraint, we couldn't settle all the amount. So we made an arrangement, a payment arrangement with them. So they raised the interest based on that. So no disciplinary steps were taken because it was just that the account was not registered. That's all. If I may go to the next resolution, which is resolution 145, which talks to compliance and consequence management. That one, we are busy with it because we have appointed the internal audit that will assist us with the investigation of the accumulated irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So it's one of the project that we have prioritized. They will start with it. So we are hoping to finalize it before the end of, before the beginning of the audit of 2021-22 financial year. So that we'll be able to either we write it off or condone and take this disciplinary steps where there are employees found to have transgressed the policy. I think the other three resolutions are transversal, which relates to filling of vacant posts. We don't have any vacant posts. That is critical at the moment. We had a post of the palace manager who passed away, but because of there is another post of the facility manager in the King Support Office of the Premier, we are still utilizing them to see if there is a need to fill that post. Otherwise, we won't be filling it anytime soon. Another one, it relates to compliance with HR, signing of performance agreement, vetting and submission of financial disclosure and verification of qualification that has been done, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. By the way, there are only 2 SMS members in the trust currently. And then the last one, officials doing business with the state. Honorable members, we have not had a case on that one. Even in our audit with the AG, that has not been picked up. Our suppliers are always verified with the public servant verification system, which allows you to verify whether the person is employed in the public service or not. And also our suppliers are checked on the central database to ensure that they are not employees of the state. Otherwise, we also have a procurement checklist where we ensure or enforce the compliance of the supply chain management policy and all other treasury regulations. That's all, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Colleagues, I don't know if there's any issues here. To me, it's quite straightforward. The issue of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure is not actually the Royal Household Trust's fault. It was an account that was not registered, and the kind of like almost like back, they were charged retrospectively, but they paid in full and it's sorted out. On the issue of compliance in terms of irregular expenditure, they've appointed the service provider. So what we'll do is perhaps just ask for the follow-up in terms of the report there, and the rest of it is all clear, covered. But I'm not closing anyone down. Any issues here, colleagues? Are we fine? Okay, so thank you very much. You see, nobody wants to trouble here. Everything is fine. Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, so that brings us to the end of the hearing. We'd like to thank the Office of the Premier and the Royal Household Trust for availing themselves. It's been a bit of a long session, but thank you very much. We do have lunch and you are invited, so please help yourselves to that. Our next hearing, colleagues, is going to be in March, at the end of March, right? Unfortunately, this is how the legislature is scheduled. But I just want colleagues to recall the authorization of unauthorized expenditure bill. Remember the one that got withdrawn by the MEC? That is going to be tabled on the 9th. And what we'll do is schedule a Teams meeting where we will do the adoption, which is a formality. And I'm not sure in terms of scheduling when the debate, but it'll be a 30-minute debate to adopt that. We've actually been trying to impress on them, the sooner the better, so that we close that chapter. But that's just for your information. So thank you, everyone. Today is going to be an earlier lunch than yesterday. The hearing is closed.
Siyabonga sihlalo.
There's counseling lunch.